You are watching the Vodka stream.
I have an idea.
Blah, blah, blah. Fake. Fucking fucked.
Right, now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
What is happening, everybody? What's up? Oh, it's Friday, finally. This week felt like it lasted for a month and a half. I tell you what. Definitely was looking forward to just chilling, talking some movies, talking some shit, and everything like that. What's happening, everybody? Welcome to Vodka Stream. Thank you guys for clicking in. What is happening? And just to put the cherry on top of Friday, the Giants won right before, about a half hour ago, they won. And that was nice to see. It's looking good. It's looking good for the season. So far, just one loss. I think, one loss. Maybe, I don't know. I can't remember. I know they took 2 from the Padres. I can't remember if they swept the Padres, but we'll see what happens. Hey, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? All right. We got Ryan right here. We also got a fantastic Vodka stream. Going to be amazing. Sure, of course. Let's see. You just finished Batman 89. I'm doing a Batman marathon. There you go. As you should. That's what I did after I watched the Batman, though, of course. So good to see you. We got Captain Gator Girl here. Well, we got Stephanie here. Yeah, of course. Always with the interesting guest. What's going on there, Captain Gator Girl? We got Nighthawk as well. How you doing? Travis, what's up? Can't join, but yeah, door's always open, buddy. Always open for you. So happy Friday. Hey, Hal Jordan, I'm representing you tonight. So hope you enjoy that. Hey, Stefano, what's going on, buddy? This is one of my real life friends. That's right. One of my really good buddies right here that I've known for a bit. So good to see you, buddy. I saw your text. I didn't respond. Sorry, but yeah. What you sent me, I heard about that, and I heard a song from it. Not too bad. But good to see you. Good to see you, Chris. Good to see you. Let's see. Who else we got? We got Tony. We got Jason right here. All right. We got Bennett. That's right. It's Easter weekend, guys. So hopefully, Easter, I always forget when Easter is because it's never set on I always forget. Like, how do you determine where Easter is and stuff? So, but yeah, I'll be having dinner with the family on Sunday, doing all that stuff. So, what's going on, William? Vegas always calling me. Vegas is always calling me. We got, of course, Mr. Zed. Jose is here. Blah 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 blah. Dodgers. Blah blah blah. Yeah, whatever. What's going on? We got Bruce Wayne in the house. Cool. That's always good to see. Always like to see Bruce Wayne. What is happening? Long time no see, George. What's going on? And we got Mama Film Junkee here, as always. How you doing? All right. Yeah. Yeah. You won't be saying that at the end of the year. I'm just saying. We got Dorian here. Everybody's here. What's going on? Clue. That's right. Everybody. Let's see. Roz Rule. Everybody's saying what's up. What's going on? Horrible weather in Vegas right now. Interesting. It's pretty nice over here in Cali. I will say that. What's going on, Chand? How you doing? It's pretty nice in Cali right now. Anyways, guys, doing the Seagrams tonight when it comes to vodka. So pouring that tonight. I have actually become quite fond of Seagrams. It's cheap. It's in a glass bottle. It's nice, And it's got a nice little design, and it's extra smooth, and it really is. Really enjoying the Seagrams. I remember everybody always gave me shit when I, was getting Smirnoff. And I will say, I probably, I don't know. I think I like, when it comes to cheap vodka, I'm going to go with the Seagram. So happy Friday, everybody. All right. Let's do this. Let's see who else we got here. All right. We got everybody coming in. All right. We'll get Sean in here, have a good conversation with him, unless he's not a Giants fan. If he's not a Giants fan, I'm just saying, I might have to kick him out if that's the case now. We'll get him in here right now. Let me set the tweet. Let's see. Sean has joined the stream. All right, let's catch up with Mr. Sean O'Connell right here. All right, got that. All right, we're good. Make sure I got all this stuff going. All right. Let's bring in my guest, Mr. Sean O'Connell. What is up, sir?
Do you know what one of my favorite things nowadays is, Dave?
What?
Your instant reactions to movies as you drive home.
Nice.
I love you backing out of the parking spot. I love you instant reacting as you're finding your way out of the parking spot. You're often swearing a lot.
Yes, very much. Especially with my Batman. My Batman reaction was very much just like F-bombs, what the fuck, what the... Yeah, well, I appreciate that, man.
Dude. I love those, dude. I watch them all the time. Keep them up, please.
Dude, I mean, it was like one of those things where like I've done it for such a long time because I figured I'm like, all right, I mean, doing a full review is one thing. You know, you really got to like sit with the movie. I usually try to sit at least a day, kind of make some notes, and then you like break it down. But there's something about just reacting to it right as you get out of the movie theater, because especially if you go with friends, what are you doing when you're walking out? You're totally just going, well, geez, and you're going back and forth. I mean, most of the time, you know, if it's not a big movie, I'm watching it by myself, which I enjoy that too. Everybody should go to the movies by themselves. I know some people are like, oh, I don't want to do that. It's like, no, trust me, it's not that bad. It's okay. But so yeah, it just became a thing, and I just like, yeah, sometimes people prefer that over like a full-on review. So
not to tear down the magic for the kids watching at home, Dave. But how do you do it? Do you have a mount on your dash?
Yeah. I do. I used to not. I used to like do a very quick reaction where I would just hold the phone before I even start the car. But then I thought, all right, well, that's just kind of just way too quick. So then, yeah, I got a mount, and then I just propped it up, and now it's like, all right, let me get like a 2-minute reaction, not a 27-second reaction. So I mount it now. So then it's safe, because some people were saying like there's times where I would drive and they're like, why are you holding your camera? That's not safe. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I probably should stop doing that.
Right.
So now I have the mount, and so now I can give a little bit of a longer review. And yeah, sometimes that's enough. Like when it comes to like certain movies, I'm like, I don't need to do. I kind of cover. I haven't changed my outlook on the movie. So
even the ones where you come out and you're kind of just like, I think it was Uncharted, maybe, where you come out and you're like, that was fun.
Yeah,
that was fun.
Yeah,
that's great. That's exactly what we needed.
Yeah, but anyway, sir, how you? What are you drinking?
I have a bottle of Don Cristal Puerto Rican rum, straight from the islands. For our 20th anniversary, my wife and I went to Puerto Rico with friends of ours, and I smuggled this back. And if I run out of this, I'm going to move over to, I'll do Kettle One for the vodka stream.
There you go. Bring in the vodka. Well, there you go.
So I've got it all here. I don't have to get up. And I'm in for the long haul.
There you go. In for the long haul. And that's what we're going to be doing tonight. Oh man, talk about a long week. But of course, you're here to promote the new book that's going to be coming out, which is, let me pull it up right here. There it is. With great power, how Spider-Man conquered Hollywood during the golden age of comic book blockbusters.
Thank you, sir.
So there you go. When does it actually come out? I'm seeing November right here. Is that the case?
Yeah. So the date is November 1st.
Okay.
I have learned with the Snyder Cut book that those dates are not hard and fast, especially with COVID. And still, COVID is messing up everything in terms of the supply chain. And so there are a lot of factors in terms of the publishing of a book that get delayed. And so they're shooting for November 1st, and I really hope that happens, but we'll see if it sticks.
Nice. Yeah, well, congratulations on the new book. This is more, I mean, obviously the Snyder Cut book, I mean, I was a fan of it, really enjoyed the book, and we talked about that. You know, you've been on the vodka stream before, but when it came to this was more like, this was pretty, it sounds like it's pretty much, it was a big passion project kind of thing.
Yeah, without a doubt. When we talked about the Snyder Cut story, that was one where I just fell into thinking that was a story that needed to be told. That there was even before we found out that all of it was going to happen, just the push by the movement in order to keep Zach's name out there, and the way that they overtook social media, the way they continue to overtake social media, was interesting to me. Like, that was always interesting, and I wanted to sort of put that to paper at a time when it seemed really important, really relevant. And then, as you and I both know, in the midst of putting that book together, HBO Max comes along and drops their bombshell. So I was in the right place at the right time. So with this one, they were like, the publishers came back around and they were like, okay, well, what would you want to do next, kind of thing. And I said, well, Spider-Man's always been my favorite character, and we searched around to see if anybody had put together like a history of his run through Hollywood, and no one had. So I started putting notes together, and traced it all the way back to the 1970s when he was on TV on CBS basically, and commented a lot about Marvel, how Marvel at that time had the Incredible Hulk show with Bill Bixby. And then through the 80s, how the comic book movies tried to figure out how to move forward, and the way that Superman 4 sort of gutted a potential. There was going to be a Spider-Man movie at Canon Films that Tom Cruise was being circled to play Peter Parker. And this is Tom Cruise, like circa The Outsiders.
Yeah, this is before Top Gun, right?
Right before he hit with Top Gun. Yes.
Yeah.
And then Canon poured all their money instead into He-Man and Superman 4, Quest for Peace.
Oh man. Oh, that He-Man movie though. I watched that a lot when I was a kid. My brother was a huge He-Man fan. He was all about He-Man. I was all about Ghostbusters. But when it came to those two movies in the 80s, obviously Ghostbusters is the superior one. Let's just face it, objectively. But at the same time, and it's funny too, because I actually watched that Masters of the Universe not too long ago. And just watching it going, oh my God, this movie, Dolph Lundgren, Courtney Cox, man, talk about a movie. Talk about a movie that they try, and it's just like, but at the same time, when you if you've watched the old cartoon, even the new cartoon, if you know that world, it's difficult to try, especially in the 80s, and even going back to the whole Spider-Man thing. It's like, how the hell could you even do Spider-Man back then? And they've made attempts, but let's face it, that's not going to be any easy task.
So right after they poured all that money into Quest for Peace, they hired another guy. Canon still hired another guy, because the idea, they had the rights to Spider-Man, and they said, hey, can you rewrite this we can't include any of his villains because we own the rights to him, but not the other Marvel characters. So you have to come up with your own villain. And can you also figure out a way to set it in the same location where we are currently shooting a Chuck Norris movie? Because they just wanted to use the same sets.
Of course. Yeah.
So some dude put together a script where it was going to be like Spider-Man in like South Vietnam, because Chuck Norris happened to be there shooting like a Missing in Action 2.
Wow.
Yeah. So they were pinching pennies. Anyway, long story short, I started to put all of the story together of the milestones that I would like to hit if I were to tell this story. And it basically went through the Raimi films, and it went through the Mark Webb films. And then it went into a big deal of it was how Sony and Marvel figured out how to play together after Andrew Garfield's films sort of fell apart. And in a bizarre sort of way, in the way that the Snyder Cut book was arriving at a time when the Snyder Cut ended up getting released, here comes Spider-Man No Way Home, where, all the generations of all these characters that I've been writing about for all this time are sharing the screen. And so I was able to conclude the book with, holy shit, all this stuff that had been coming together for the past 20 years now is on screen at the same time. So
you have crazy timing, man. You really do. And even going back, I got a framed poster on my wall of it's rare now, of one of the very first, I think actually the very first Spider-Man poster that has the Twin Towers reflected.
You have the Twin Towers poster?
Yes, I do. Right there.
That's worth a lot of money.
Yes, I know. And it's right there on my wall. Awesome. And I'm like, Yeah, it's kind of funny because how I came across it. I've said this before, but I used to do cable. I was a cable guy at one point, and back in like 2000, I think it was when I first started, 2005, 2006, actually. And I just went to this dude's house or apartment. Maybe it was more like a condo actually, to fix his cable. And really cool dude. And all of a sudden he goes, "Hey, you want a Spider-Man poster?" And I went, "All right." And then he just shows me. He goes, "Here it is." And it was like an actual. It still has the border that it was printed on too.
Oh
By
my
the way.
god,
Yeah.
dude.
So like he goes like, "Yeah, this is a rare poster because they removed all these posters after, of course, 9/11 happened."
Sure.
And then I was like, "Oh shit," and then I had it, and then I was like, "All right, I have to get this framed." And then I went to a place in the mall to get it framed, and I'm like, "I'm not sure about the border. Am I supposed to keep that?" And they're like, "Oh no, you need to keep that border that it comes in because
Right.
it'll devalue if you take that off." So I was like, "All right, keep the poster." So it has all that, and what was funny about it too is when we did Justice Con last year, I had the privilege to interview Mr. Joe Manganiello, and obviously
Flash
we know that
Thompson.
yes, we know that he was. And right when we were backstage, I had my setup over there in that corner as opposed to right here. And the first thing he goes, you have one of those posters. I'm like, oh yeah. And he goes, oh yeah, I got one of those too. I'm like,
Oh, that's
cool.
awesome.
And it was like one of those things because it's a little nerve wracking. He could be intimidating just a little bit,
Yeah.
And then and it was funny too because I already had the plan of like, okay, well, he likes Metallica, I like Metallica, that'll be a good icebreaker. So it was like Metallica and that poster that was like a good icebreaker for all that. But yeah, I got that poster right there on the wall right there.
So one of the interviews I got to do was with Don Burgess, who was Sam Raimi's DP, his director of photography, on the first movie, and we talked at length about that trailer that they cut together, which was a bank robbery that gets halted by Spider-Man,
Yep, I
where
remember that.
they
Remember that
web the
teaser.
helicopter up between the
Yeah.
Twin Towers. And what was interesting about that, I also got a chance to talk to the guy who was at Sony. Excuse me, my thing is falling out. The guy who was running marketing at Sony talked about how they cut together. Instead of doing a traditional trailer which featured scenes from the movie, they wanted to do this original short, which was like, here's how we're going to introduce the idea of Spider-Man as a character. And they got Raimi's DP and his cinematographer and his crew to go out and shoot this original piece, and then had to scrap it essentially after the Twin Towers. But they all loved the fact that this was a big bold swing to, instead of cut a trailer together with existing footage, because remember, like back in early 2000s, you would get like a U2 video with footage spliced in, and the Happy Meal promos and all this stuff. So to do an original film that didn't even really it showed the character at the very end, but then to show the web in between the Twin Towers, just to say like he's so New York kind of thing. So the book is filled with a ton of stories, production stories throughout the course of the history like that.
I remember that teaser. I'm trying to remember what movie I saw it in front of. I mean, this was of course like 2000, I think, or whatever the hell it was. I remember I went to a movie with my dad. Actually, he was visiting, and we saw some kind of movie. And this was before the internet was the internet, how it is now. So it was like, oh shit, look at that. I think I heard there was a Spider-Man that was going to be coming out, but saw nothing about it until I actually went to the movie theater and actually saw that. Remember when we when those days when we were so not in the know about anything. Now we're just too much in the know. I mean, I miss the days of just not. I remember when the Batman and Robin trailer came out, and this is when the internet was like still fresh. And I remember downloading the QuickTime video of that trailer and watching over and over and over again because I was like, oh, a new Batman. Yes, a new Batman. I was so excited for it. But man, I miss those days where we just didn't really know too much. And
I don't know which one I prefer, to be honest with you.
I'm with you on that too. Yeah, where it's like I do like it, but I don't. Yeah,
I do love getting every little bit of, and I try with certain movies. I do try with No Way Home. I tried my best to not go over every element of it, and with Doctor Strange, the next thing is happening. Like every little bit is coming out. So
Right.
it's hard. It's really hard, especially as these movies keep getting pushed back.
Yeah.
Because then they've been filmed and they've been like this whole and then we're gonna get into DC eventually. Like when
Yeah.
that whole slate bumped back, it's gonna make it even harder for those films to protect whatever secrets that they have to protect. And
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what's gonna
With,
how
with
it's gonna happen.
yeah, the test screenings is like the worst part. Is like, I mean, obviously they do test screenings, and it sucks that has to be the case. But at the same time, I mean, I get it from a business sense, but at the same time, I feel bad for the fact that the information just gets put out there so quickly. And when The Flash, I mean, talking about the test screening, when that came out, all of a sudden there's like people, and I try to ignore as much as possible. I'll talk about little things. I don't want to full on. I mean, I've never been a fan of the whole scooping game or whatever the hell. But I mean, it was funny too because like talking about No Way Home. I mean, we all knew that. Oh yeah, Toby and Andrew, they're gonna show up in it. And it was just, and I remember I was doing a Film Junkee Live when, a certain someone decided to post like, what? No, these aren't real. And, they ended up being real. And it was just kind of funny because you saw my live reaction going, oh my God, I didn't show them. I was like, yeah, people were in the chat were going, hey, you should look at so-and-so's Twitter. And sure enough, and it was like, it just went, oh man, what is going on here? But at the same time, it didn't ruin the experience of that night.
Right.
Because it was, I went in going, oh man, I was super excited. I had 2 beers in my hand, and just ready to go. And I was every cameo that showed up, I was just like, yeah, with everybody, and then it kind of sucks. At the same time, I was like, well, with certain things that happened in the movie, I was kind of going, all right, let's, I want to get to, it got to the point where I was just like going, oh, I want to get to when their reveal, because I knew that they weren't just going to show up in the final act and just be like, oh yeah, we're here to help you out. And then boom, 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 real quick. And then gone. Right. I was like, no, from what I'm gathering, they're actually going to be in it for a good portion. There's going to be a lot of dialogue between the 3 of them and everything. And I was just ready for that. And to be honest, it worked out. It paid off, in my opinion.
I still have a hard time wrapping my brain around the fact that movie exists.
Yeah.
I got the 4K just this past week and popped it in and watched it. And like, you can watch a scene of the 3 existing Spider-Men in a high school lab, trading war stories about, their experiences. And it the amount of things that had to happen in order to bring these actors together under the same umbrella, to have a story, to have it make sense, to have them be willing to do it. And then, the fight around the Statue of Liberty is fantastic. The way that they all try to do their own thing first, it fucks up. They got to figure out how to work together. Their humor is fantastic together. I think Garfield's having the time of his life, getting a second shot at it. It's amazing. It's amazing. And this is what I hope. I really hope Keaton has the time of his life coming back to this part.
Yeah.
I hope that he just relishes this victory lap that he's getting.
I think so. I think he will. I mean, he's always had fun with that whole thing. I mean, even like when you have that video, I think I have the drop of it where he was speaking at some graduation a few years back, and he goes, "Oh yeah, and by the way, I'm Batman." It's like that's always been. I mean, I always say like, imagine if the internet was around back then when he got cast. I mean, it would have been bad, because even you can find a video where people are sending in letters to Warner Brothers and going, what the fuck? You're casting Mr. Mom? What?
Right.
You're casting that guy as Batman? That's not supposed to be Batman. And then, it ended up being something. So
is he your favorite?
No, Ben Affleck's still my favorite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think Ben Affleck, it's just because it just feels like Ben Affleck's really just ripped off the page for me, and I know we didn't spend as much time with him as we'd hoped, but for some reason, for me, I like that older, grizzled, more, Batman who eventually was like, hey, Alfred Faith, after going fuck everybody.
So
I just
I
like
heard
that.
this week. Did you hear this week that Josh Brolin was supposed
Yeah,
to?
I did a video about it. And I even talked about. I've actually talked about it before, but yeah, Brolin was actually Snyder's, one of Snyder's first choices.
I never knew that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like, a lot of people didn't. That's why I was like, I didn't have a Film Junkie live on Wednesday because there just wasn't enough news, and I was just kind of exhausted from work. So I went,
Sure.
and that was going to be one of the topics. But then I was like, all right, I want to talk about this still because a lot of people still don't know about it. And yeah, he mentioned it on I think the Sad Happy podcast.
Yeah, Horowitz is Josh Horowitz.
Yeah, Horowitz. Yeah, which is a great podcast. And yeah, he just mentioned that he was a choice before that. And I mean, to be honest, I could see it I even mentioned in my video, I'm like, when I watched Sin City 2, which I know a lot of people like, that movie just kind of didn't go anywhere, even though the first one was so phenomenal. But I remember walking out of that, and this was pre-BVS casting and everything like that. I remember walking out going, man, Josh Brolin would be a good Batman. I remember thinking
really would have. He would have done a great job with it. Yeah, he would have.
Yeah. And then I brought it up. I mean, he brought it up that, like, at one point, yeah, Zach wanted him, and then of course they went a different direction. And but even Brolin said that, who knows what it could have been like. I mean, he said he liked the fact that it could have been something awful because that happened. And Jonah Hex. Anyways, you never know what's going to happen. I mean, you could play the character perfectly, but the script could just be a piece of shit. It's just what happens. But so he mentions that, and then he brings up, hey, Clooney still jokes about it, but that wasn't his fault, and stuff. And then he goes, hey, maybe I'll get a chance to play it when I'm 80. And I brought up the fact that when Zach was on the Vodka stream, I don't know if it was the first time or another time, where he actually said that he would, even though he with BVS, he took obviously some story ideas when it came to the Batfleck from Dark Knight Returns. He would like to do a full-on Dark Knight Returns adaptation, live action. Okay. Like, from cover to cover from that book.
Gary Kelly and all that jazz.
Yes, all that, Green Arrow, everybody, just like all involved. And I'm like, well, I mean, if that happens, I mean, if Brolin is still down for it, I think he'd be a pretty good choice to actually do that.
It'd be interesting too, because if Zach did try to do that, he would have to distance himself from whatever he's done, right? Like, he couldn't leave. He'd have to go to a different actor. He'd have to go to a different cast.
Yeah.
And Brolin, you're right. Brolin would be an amazing person to do that, because of people who watched Dune and Sicario, and fucking No Country for Old Men. Like, he's become an incredibly grizzled, and accomplished character actor. And he'd be outstanding. I'd watch Brolin in anything. So
yeah, so it is kind of curious. I mean, obviously, when it comes to way things are now, we would like to see the conclusion of certain things. But right now, Zach's happy over at Netflix, building universes from the fucking ground up, which is fantastic. But he just mentioned on the on here that he would love to actually do. I mean, that's his favorite Batman book. I mean, as it is for a lot of people. I mean, it evolved Batman into what it is now. I mean, that book is so important. And I even brought up in my video too. And I actually would like to get your opinion. When is it gonna happen? Because obviously, when you have like a certain graphic novel, whether it be Marvel, DC, or anything. And obviously, like, the first thing that they do is adapt it to animation. But when is it going to get to the point where it just gets adapted to live action now? Do you think that's going to end up being the case? Because obviously everybody always goes, well, we have to have connected universes and this, that, and, all that kind of stuff. But do you think it'll ever get to that point?
I think we think we can, because streaming gives you more options.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah.
And there's money going to streaming, and there are actors who don't consider it to be a stain anymore to appear in a streaming project. I mean, that's all gone. That the line that separates all of that is completely gone. And so if the material is interesting, and if a company is willing, and I don't even say studio anymore, because now it's Apple, and now it's Amazon, and now it's whoever wants to put the money up.
So many.
If they're willing to do it, of course, it's all in search of the right content.
Yeah. I mean, obviously even talking about the Batman, I mean, that pulls a lot from the Long Halloween, but who's to say that, 10 years from now, we will get like a full on adaptation of the Long Halloween as a series. I don't think they could fit it into like one movie, that book's particular. But yeah, I just kind of wonder like when that's actually going to happen. When are we going to get to the point where they start adapting like these classic books into live action? And like you said, it's perfect for streaming. It really is. Like that's where everything's headed, and that's where everything's going. But
Well, and even when you hear these rumors that like, I just started hearing it this week about like the overhaul, the reboot of DC Films could rely on a Crisis on Infinite Earths. Like, there's too much to do with that, like to do it.
And a lot of characters in it.
Yeah, it's so much to bite off. It's almost like obviously I'm a huge fan of Stephen King, and one of the things I love most that Stephen King has done is the Dark Tower series, and it's a 7 or 8 book series now at this point. That just like it's a challenge to do a proper adaptation to it. It would be almost as difficult as doing Lord of the Rings before Peter Jackson did Lord of the Rings, kind of thing.
Right.
And everybody who's kind of approached that adaptation has always had a mix of feature film and television series, because there's just too much story. There's just too much story of how to handle it. And it's really interesting in the fact that like you need people who want to commit to the vision of a storyteller. But there's a big difference between like a director of a feature film and like a showrunner, who's successful in terms of guiding a multi-episode series. And so if you're going to dabble in both, it's like, how do you do it? And to keep things in the DC realm, like here's Matt Reeves making a film like the Batman, and he's going to pass the baton to somebody who's going to do what we first thought was like a Gotham City Police Department series, and now it might just be a Penguin series. But how do you keep that continuity? How do you keep the tone of both of those to be the same? I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out, but it's a huge challenge.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what's going to be great about this. And I'm loving the fact that, when it comes to the Batman, which I remember when I was about to go see it, and you actually tweeted at me, you're like, you're not ready. And yeah, oh man, I was like, yeah, I remember just I felt like I felt so ready, but not ready at the same time, because I'm like, all right, I've seen so much, I've heard so much. I was, been obsessed with this fucking movie ever since it was announced, because I'm a Batman fan. And it was just kind of going, all right, Matt Reeves, let's do this shit. And he fucking, he showed something that was, and I always go back to what Kevin Smith said on his, when they did their podcast on Fat Man Beyond, that he read a tweet, because a lot of people, of course, naturally, we do that whole thing where like, oh, you got to compare it to the other movies. And obviously Nolan is like, the big thing because of the Dark Knight trilogy. And I thought what he said in that tweet was like perfect, was Christopher Nolan brought Batman into reality. Christopher Reeves, Jesus Christ, vodka kicking in already. Matt Reeves, he was trying to make Batman's universe real. So you have Nolan, who did a great job. And when I rewatched, I'm like, Jesus Christ, we thought this was dark. Like, we thought this was dark. I'm like, this is not as dark as we thought now, because Matt Reeves said, hold my beer. But yeah, that's perfectly illustrates what's happening here. It's like, yeah, Nolan was like, all right, I want to bring Batman into reality. And then Reeves was like, all right, well, I'm going to try to make Batman's world real. And he did a fantastic job by doing that. And that's how you do with these. That's how you keep on having these fresh takes with these characters that are getting told over and over and over again.
And I'm not going to compare the two. They're so different. The beasts are so different. But what I loved about Matt Reeves and his interpretation of it is how fascinated he was in Gotham as a city.
Yeah.
Where he would go down random avenues that were occupied by Catwoman or Penguin or Carmine Falcone, or wherever the Riddler was sort of, working out his plot, and all the different places where Batman had his places out. And every single time that we shot down one of those avenues, it was always fascinating, right? Because he was just as intrigued by what was going on down those seedy avenues. And it wasn't like, I never got to a point where there was a subplot happening where I was like, all right, let's get back to the main action. I was riveted in every place that he went to with that. And so as long as he keeps exploring those avenues, although did you see Barry Keoghan? Like Barry Keoghan just got arrested for something.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm like, Jesus
detained.
Christ. In
God,
Dublin, right? I know.
can't
It's
we
like, come on,
just
guys, what do you guys do?
come
It's like,
on,
I know.
guys?
I know.
DC can't win.
I know DC can't win, but this time, he's also a Marvel character
know.
too. So it's like,
I know.
oh, so it's like he's in both worlds. But it's just like, come on, guys.
But
But at the
no
same,
one remembers Eternals, though. To be fair,
Sure.
no one remembers Eternals.
Yeah, that wasn't as mainstream. I mean, when it came to Eternals, I enjoyed it for what it was, and I thought it was a beautiful looking film, but yeah, to me, it just felt like I was like, damn, this should have been a Disney Plus series, in my opinion. I thought there's just too much here to condense into a movie when it came to Eternals, and I thought there was just like there's so much history that we can play with here, and that's where I think that and Chloe Zhao did such a fantastic job shooting the movie. It's gorgeous. It's one of the better looking Marvel movies, in my opinion. But at the same time, I just think, being a movie, it suffered a little bit. Not everybody agrees with that, but I was like, you know what? I think this could have been better as a series.
Right.
But then would it have had this cinematic quality to it, which, who knows? But
I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I've tried to rewatch it a couple of times on Disney Plus, and I get about an hour into it every single time, and then I'm always like,
yeah, I know, especially when you got Spider-Man No Way Home just like right after that, and all that stuff. But when it comes to streaming and movies, I think what Matt Reeves is going to be doing with his Batman universe is totally cool. Like you said, the Penguin series, and then all of a sudden it's like the GCPD series now has been kind of converted to an Arkham series, which I thought brilliant. So it's like, because we already had kind of like a GCPD series with Gotham, right. And then they try to be like, hey, remember this villain, remember that villain, and it was kind of, I enjoyed it for what it was. It wasn't always like a hit when it came to all that stuff, but I think what he can do with that, and whoever decides to do that series as well as the Penguin series, and then there's talks about a Catwoman series. There's a lot you could do there, and sure. Then of course being going back to Barry Keoghan and his Joker, you could establish more backstory with him. You could establish so many villains with that series when it comes to Arkham, and so then when it comes to the Batman, you don't have to sit there and waste a lot of time doing a backstory. And that's what I really loved about the Batman, is the fact that Matt Reeves said, hey, guess what? I'm going to have every villain that was in that 66 Batman movie in this fucking movie. But, right. We don't have to do any backstory there. I mean, the Riddler is the main one, so we'll get like a little bit of him. But other than that, it's just a Batman detective crime story. And that's what you're getting. There's no real origins when it comes to a lot of things.
And this is why I wanted to get into this conversation with you about the news this past week about the DC overhaul.
Yeah.
And why, and I think you feel this way too. I don't feel like it's necessary.
You don't feel like
I feel like we're kind of at the point where DC is doing enough interesting things where they just need to keep kind of pushing forward with what they're doing and show some confidence in what they're doing, because the mix of stuff, like if they ever get this Green Lantern Corps show off the ground, which who knows if that's ever going to happen,
right?
But coming off of the Batman, I really enjoyed the Peacemaker. I thought Peacemaker was a really good extension of Suicide Squad.
I was surprised because I was like, really, Peacemaker? And then when I watched that show, I went, oh, this is something that's going completely that way. And I went, all right, I'm enjoying the shit out of this. And yes. I enjoyed the shit out of it too. So
agreed. So if they can continue to find hits like that, things that work, and invest in, it's weird because I want to point at filmmakers who they put their support behind. And I think Patty Jenkins did an amazing job with the first Wonder Woman, and I think we all kind of agree that she missed the mark with the second. Now, I'm not quite sure why. I don't know what the factors were behind the scenes on what happened there. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with the Shazam sequel, if they gave David Sandberg more of a budget and maybe a little bit more creative freedom because maybe now they believe in his vision and how he's going to tell that story. I think Black Adam's going to work. Like it seems like we're going in a direction. I believe in what James Wan is going to do with Aquaman, and the stories about like Batgirl and the series that are developing at HBO Max feel positive, and so a creative overhaul. Maybe that's drastic. Maybe they just feel like they need to implement somebody in a position of leadership who can keep the ship moving forward, sort of thing. Keep steering it towards positive momentum, because starting over seems suicidal to me at this point.
No, I don't think they're going to start over because I mean there's things that are working. I think there's just that Superman thing. It's like, what are you doing with Superman? I mean, that's the thing. It's like, we've talked about it many times. I mean, you have Henry Cavill right there. I mean, you look at that man, you see Superman. He embodies Superman. He looks like Superman. And it's like, nothing happened with it. And I'm sure there's like, I've heard that there's things behind the scenes where maybe that the negotiations kind of fell through because, I mean, this is before when Warner Brothers just not really knowing what the fuck they wanted to do with these characters when it comes to everything, the response to everything and everything like that. But it seems like the response to Zack Snyder first off, but then at the same time, it's like, well, he cast Jason Momoa, he cast Gal Gadot, he cast Ezra Miller. It's like you guys are continuing with those. So, and then you have Henry Cavill, whose value keeps going up and up and up. So why aren't you like backing up a fucking dump truck to this man's house and going, we're going to make 5 Superman films with you. I mean, that's where I kind of go, what the hell? And I think that's one of the things that Dave Zaslav is kind of going, hey, I mean, how is it that we don't have Superman movies and we have Aquaman making $1 billion and Joker making $1 billion?
Right.
So there's potential there, and you're telling me that we can't make it. So I think when it comes to the overhaul, it's not so much that things aren't working because, no matter what anybody says, I mean, the Batman, huge success because low budget, over 700 million, no matter what. It's
not $1 billion though, Dave.
I know, right? It didn't make $1 billion. As I put up my, my Dr. Evil fucking, pinky right there. I hate that shit. Man. I really do. But at the same time, it's like, come on, we need a Superman film. And then, of course, there was like this talks about doing a black Clark Kent Superman, which a lot of people are like, why are you going to do that when there's actually black Superman characters, Val Zod, that Michael B. Jordan apparently wants to do. And everybody's on board for that, right. And it's just, so I think when it comes to the overhaul, like I agree with you. It's like, there's things that are working. But at the same time, there's other things that do need improvement. And I think Superman is the biggest one that they really need. And then the fact that it's like, all right, Wonder Woman, we kind of went a different direction. Did not work. Let's kind of get her back into the right direction. I mean, especially when you had Wonder Woman 84, and then you go right into, Zack Snyder's Justice League comes out, which was before that. And then you see like, oh shit, look at how much she kicked ass in that movie. Maybe we should keep it where it's like Amazon, Sword and Shield, all that stuff,
Yeah, and you know what? Like Marvel has that same issue with Thor, who is a similar character to Wonder Woman. We're not talking apples to apples, but like,
there's similarities. Yeah,
you started with a very Shakespearean, rooted in ancient text type of interpretation for him for his first 2 movies. And then you turn him over to Taika, and Taika takes him in a completely different direction. It's not to say that like Gal couldn't maintain the role and branch away from whatever Patty had established, and all of a sudden you'd be right back into, this is a fantastic character. And similar to the way that the books change from author to author to author, you just follow along, and some of them work better than others do, and we'll see how they continue to play. But I'm with you on Superman. Like but it boggles the minds of men and women who are much smarter than we are of why people can't figure out or crack the right Superman script. We've been trying to do it for years. So
right, yeah. And then I mean, just Man of Steel was like a good base. Like it was like they wanted Christopher Nolan at the time to be like, hey, can you do what you did with Batman to Superman? And he was like, no, but I know a guy, and that guy, I find it funny too, because, after Zack Snyder's Justice League came out, where we actually saw the Superman, reborn, and the Superman that people wanted. And, there's so many people that were like, not all about what Snyder was doing with Superman, who kind of went, oh, I get it now. Even with Batman, because obviously Batman evolves when you go into Justice League. And it's just like, all of a sudden people are going, oh, and it's like, yeah, this is what we were trying to tell you. He's kind of taking his time telling the story, getting it up to that point. And it's like, you already had that base with Cavill Superman. It's like, now just do what you need to do. I mean, you don't have to, it doesn't have to be where he's already been he died, for shit's sake. Now you can have him to be that Superman that you want him to be. Right. He's right there. You've already established his origin. You already established all that. So now get him to that point where, you bring in a Brainiac, you bring in some more villains, you bring in like this shit. You have a Lex Luthor that's established even too, and it's like, and you have this actor who is a known name now. He wasn't when he got cast. Now he is. It's right there. It's freaking right there. And it's just, I think
in fact, the farm scenes, in Zack's Justice League, where he basically re-embraces, his place.
The second chance.
Yeah. Is it set the stage for growth in future films. So
it really did.
Like you said, it's there. It's waiting for them.
It's waiting for that. One thing I wanted to ask you about Spider-Man is, where do you think it's gonna, going back to it, where do you think it's gonna head to? I mean, obviously we got Holland Spider-Man, and then there's talks about Maguire and Garfield having maybe their own thing too. But what do you think is gonna end up happening with all that?
I think there's going to be multiple Spider-Men. I think there's going to be one who's in the Sony universe, which currently is essentially Venom, Morbius, Kraven the Hunter, with Aaron Taylor Johnson, Madam Web, played by Dakota Johnson, whomever Sydney Sweeney from Utopia is playing, and I believe that she's going to probably end up playing Felicia Hardy, probably the Black Cat.
Yeah, that's what weird. Yeah, I thought that too.
And I think it's going to be Andrew Garfield, honestly, which would allow Tom Holland to maintain his status as MCU Spider-Man, and they would trust that the audience would be comfortable juggling multiple Spider-Men, as long as they kept one in the MCU and kept Andrew Garfield, let's say, in the Spidey universe. Now, after Euphoria. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you very much. Did I call it Utopia? Sorry. The rum is kicking in.
It happens. I do it all the time.
After some people watch Morbius, they almost joked like, "Do we even want Andrew Garfield to come into this universe?"
I know. I mean, it was rough. It was rough.
But him saying in No Way Home, I want to fight an alien, like that's a fun tease to set him against Venom.
Yeah.
And if you're telling me that it's going to be Tom Hardy versus Andrew Garfield, both thespians in a Spider-Man Venom movie, tremendous. I'm all on board for that. So but I don't know, like these things all take time. I hate in the Morbius end credits, and I'm sorry for spoilers for anybody who's watching this chat who might not have watched Morbius, but like there was and I won't tell you what it is specifically, but there's a very blatant
It's been a couple of weeks. Nobody's really
for a Sinister Six, and Sony wants a Sinister Six more than anything.
So badly.
Yeah. So
where they literally have Michael Keaton say, "We should team up." It's like, what? It's like, oh, come on, man. I mean, I joked about how that end credit scene was probably, a writer was drunk at a bar and wrote it on a cocktail napkin. It just felt like it was just so shoehorned in there. I mean, especially when we, this Morbius got delayed so much, and we saw that trailer over and over and over again, and they had that, the Spider-Man, banners poster or whatever that said murderer, and we were going, what is that about? And then even the director went, I didn't put that there, that was the trailer. And it was like
that was my conversation with him.
He said it on I was about to say, he said it on Real Blend.
Yes,
where he said that, and I remember talking about that and just kind of going, Jesus Christ, like what is Sony
I didn't understand
doing?
that at all. When he said
Yeah.
that, I was like, really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. But look, if they make one great Andrew movie, where he's against Venom and Vulture and Kraven the Hunter, and it works, everyone's going to forgive it, and everyone's going to be right back on board. And especially
Fingers
if you
crossed.
allow Tom. Well, but listen, the interesting thing on the Marvel side is that they have their next few years mapped out, and I don't know where Tom fits in right
Yeah.
now. They have so many films coming and so many television shows coming and so many other characters that warrant further consideration, whether it be, they tease Charlie Cox as Daredevil. He's going to have to come out and do something. They keep talking about the Fantastic Four. They keep talking about the X-Men. Like, when are they going to get to another Spider-Man movie? And Tom Holland wants to keep doing other things. Like, I know that he wants to prove himself as an actor. But after No Way Home made all the money in the world, like, they're going to have to very quickly move on that. But Venom did really well. Or Venom Let There Be Carnage did well. So they're going to have to make another Venom movie. So truthfully, I believe the solution is going to be a Spider-Man in the Sony world and a Spider-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
It has to be. It has to be. I mean, I know we all want another Toby movie, and it's like, do we get like that old man Peter, like a Logan movie, like his fucking his swan song, which I always say that Hugh Jackman's swan song, and Patrick Stewart, even though Patrick Stewart's coming back, we all know that he's going to be showing up, which I was kind of disappointed. I was like, McAvoy's right there. Just use him. Because I'm like, because Stewart, I mean, let's face it, Logan is it's a James Mangold masterpiece. It was a great send off for those characters. And so I'm kind of going, well, can we have something like that with Toby? People have brought up that idea, like have that his Spider-Man get a send off where, he's now in his 50s. He's trying to, and now you got Raimi at your disposal, but at the same time, who knows the logistics when it comes to Marvel Studios and Sony. I know that's always a wonky thing, but I'm like, yeah, give us that swan song, that send off for Toby, and then give Andrew like another movie, and then possibly even more. But then, of course, you have Tom, who, like I've always said, that the fact that Tom Holland had the longest origin story. Let's face it. I mean, I'm sure you probably touched bases when it came to your book, was the fact that Tom Holland, when it came to like that last scene in Spider-Man No Way Home, where he makes his costume, it looks great, and he's web slinging. It's like, oh, now we got Spider-Man, because before we didn't really, but he was like, and we had like 5 fucking movies before he got to this point. So
I know. Yeah. And now he's officially there. And what was scary is that some people were like, well, you don't have to make any more Spider-Man movies. Like, you've almost given him a send-off, right?
No.
And then I was like, send-off? No. You've now got him established, because there were other people who were like, oh, this is the college trilogy almost thing, where now you send him off into where he can meet a Harry Osborn, and he can meet a Gwen Stacy, and he can go down that route for the MCU.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's just so many villains that they've done already, and they've done really well, that I keep wondering, which ones they could continue to do on the MCU side. Yeah. Because Marvel, when they take over, like Mysterio was terrific. Jake Gyllenhaal was fantastic in that. Michael Keaton was amazing as the Vulture. But then when you go over to the Sony side, they're giving you Morbius. And it's not great. Not bad. I didn't hate it. It's not bad.
I didn't hate it either. But yeah.
It's not great.
It's
not great.
It seems like they had a lot. They had they ripped it kind of to shreds and stuff like that. But I wanted to ask too, like recently, when it came to a certain movie, I have to ask about the Turning Red review. I had to bring it up, because it was very interesting when that whole thing came out, because I didn't see the initial review, but I saw the apology tweet,
Yeah.
And then I went, wait, what the fuck is happening here? Like, and then I went and kind of saw all the stuff and saw some screenshots, and I went, oh, okay, and read some stuff, and I kind of, I wanted to ask, like, so what exactly happen with all that?
So I reviewed Turning Red for Cinema Blend.
Yeah, you did.
And yeah, I did. And behind the scenes, what had happened was we were trying to make an embargo lift, where the reviews, everyone's reviews were dropping.
Mhm.
And by that point, I was the only person on staff who had seen it, because I had an early screener link and I watched it beforehand. And I watched it and I didn't really care for it. It wasn't necessarily, and I didn't care for it for a number of different reasons. First and foremost, because I found the characters, the main characters, to be extremely annoying.
Yeah.
And I thought that they were just really hyper, and I thought that they were really, they had this kind of specific energy to them that was very preteen, that I'm sure was perfect for the moment, and for the story that was trying to be told. But spending time with them, to me, was I used the term exhausting, which got translated in a way that I did not intend at all. And,
Yeah.
I would almost say got mistranslated in the way that because I mean, to me, their personalities were exhausting, and a lot of the people took it in a different direction. So behind the scenes at Cinema Blend, they were like, can you review it, because the embargo is going to drop really soon? And I said, yeah, no problem. I can take that review and I'll try to bang it out. But I knew I didn't enjoy it, and I was trying to go back over why I didn't like it. And in full candor, I rushed. I tried to write something quick. I tried to get my thoughts across, and I did a piss poor job of doing it. I did a really terrible job of doing it,
Mhm.
to the point where I was even still like, when it came back around, when it blew up in my face, and people were like, "Well, what you wrote was really terrible." I was like, no, but my intention, that wasn't my intention at all. Like, I never once, honestly, and Dave, me, and
Yeah.
I never looked at that film from a perspective of race at all. Like, it didn't annoy me that the main characters were Asian in any way,
Yeah.
shape, or form. But when someone turned around and said to me, "Hey, read it back through that, lens," and then I reread it and I was like, oh shit, okay, no, I can totally see how sentences that I used,
Yeah.
were wrong. Could be translated that way. And then once that happens, you can't.
You
How
can't
do
undo it.
you
Yeah.
can't? Well, you can't undo it. And in places like Twitter, you can't have a rational conversation.
No, you
You're
cannot.
not able to step in and say, "Hey, listen, I understand that what I wrote was bad, was bad, but I really meant this," kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so I tried to get ahead of it, and I tried to apologize, and I tried to say, "Look, this wasn't my intention at all." But I really did believe that, like, I wanted to let everybody tell me exactly how they felt. Vent at me. Tell me exactly what you disagreed with. Tell me what you thought I missed, because that's what I believe is the other side of criticism. Right? We put
Yeah.
our opinions out there all the time. You can agree with, or you can just totally disagree with it if you want to. And sometimes, honestly, as writers, when we're trying to hit a deadline, we swing and we miss.
Yeah.
But
Well,
why I wasn't, let me just, one reason why I wasn't that, why I was okay taking the criticism, why I was okay taking the beating at the time, is because when everybody was calling me racist and sexist, and I knew I had 20 years of criticism, that backed up the fact that I could relate. Everyone's like, how could you relate to this movie that stars Asians or people of color? I
yeah.
thought you hated people. And I was like, no, just go back like 2 weeks.
Coco. I
When I
mean,
reviewed,
you had other Pixar movies that you loved, like Coco and Soul, right?
Soul was my number one movie of the year
Yeah.
that it came out.
Yeah.
And if you could go back, and try to counter an argument on social media and say, like, hey, I actually, Soul was my number one movie of the year. I had people who wrote me messages that were like, you gave Spike Lee's The Five Bloods 5 stars. Like, why? And I was like, well, because
It
race
was a
was
good
never
movie.
really the problem here. Race was never the issue. It was that
Mhm.
I didn't connect with the characters, and I didn't necessarily like. Someone came to me, they're like, "How come you liked Alfonso Cuarón's Roma?" And I was like, "Well, that movie did a really good job of making me connect to the characters and understand the situations they're in. It has nothing to do with, race or bat." And I really felt that the approach that Turning Red took was limited, in my opinion. When I was watching it, I was like, "This movie's not doing anything to really bring me in." Now, look, there have been people now who, now on the flip side of it, I'm getting yelled at because I didn't back up my opinion. So you lose either way, right? It's
Yeah.
a complete lose-lose. But look, it was a bad review. I don't know. I honestly don't know what else to say. It was a bad
There,
review.
there really isn't, and it's funny because we talked about it a few weeks back when it was happening on the Vodka stream, and everybody in the panel agreed that you weren't being like, this, look at this bigot right here, my God, this guy, God, how could you say that? We actually backed you up when it came to like, yeah, but look at his reviews of, like I said, Coco and Soul. I mean, you were like all about that, and I'm like, and it was funny too, because like I said, I didn't see the initial review of it, but then I saw the apology and I went, wait, what the fuck is happening? I was like, what's going on with Sean here? And then I was seeing all the stuff, and then I went, oh, okay, interesting. And then when it finally came time, we were like, all right, I'm going to watch this movie to see what it's all about. And there were certain things where I was like, okay, I see where he's coming from, because, I even said in my review where I was like, yeah, first 2 acts and stuff like that of like, hey, there's some Pixar stuff and some humor that I enjoyed, but to me, it was like, all right, this is very much the other side of Teen Wolf. It very much is, and I get what they're going for right here, and I get why, maybe it's not going to land with certain audiences, and then I said, well, the final act, I dug the whole mother-daughter thing and everything like that. I really enjoyed the final act of the movie. But I totally was like, yeah, but this is not to me, it wasn't top tier Pixar to me. Like when you going back to Soul, that's top tier fucking Pixar right there. I mean, when I watched that movie, I was floored of how fucking fantastic that movie was. Everything, down to the music, down to the voice acting, down to the animation. It was so goddamn good. And so like I understood where you were coming from. I mean, we kind of like went, yeah, maybe the review, when I was like going, Sean, you hit send? You hit like it? It was one of those, like, because I'm thinking about, now society, you might want to take a,
No, I know. No, yes.
Yeah.
And honestly, behind the scenes, editorial,
Yeah.
as the managing editor of the site, sometimes you get a little bit of leeway in terms of
Yeah.
your stuff might just go live without somebody taking a look at it. And we
Yeah.
have, sort of backtracked and put a lot of steps in place that no matter who you are on the site, your stuff should get read. Because even, people who on staff who read that, if someone had just turned around and said to me, do you really mean to say this? Because this is how it's coming across.
Yeah.
It would have given me the opportunity to be like, oh my God, it is?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to say that in the least bit. But again, a lot of times on the internet, you're trying to race a deadline and stuff just gets published. And we at Cinema Blend normally are not, doing that. We have plenty of other safeguards that go into place where someone is reading your stuff.
Yeah.
That one in particular went through, and yeah, I take full responsibility for it.
I mean, no, I mean, that's good that you do that, but but at the same time, and it's not like, and there's so many, and I appreciate the people that were like, no, he's not this. I mean, look what, I always love it when, like, nowadays it seems like, oh, what you said right now is how you are, or that is like who your character is. And that's why we kept on bringing up. I'm like, well, look at the stuff that he's reviewed in the past.
Sure.
He literally said that Soul is the best movie of the year. And it's like, what are you talking about when it comes, I mean, movies are all about like, how do you relate with them? And sometimes we just don't relate with them. Does that mean it's a bad movie? Somebody else could say it's a fantastic movie. And like I said, when I reviewed it, I was like, oh yeah, this is like the female version of Teen Wolf, because it very much had like the similar thing of like, there's a symbolic nature of the fact of hitting puberty, I guess you could say, or something like that.
Sure.
Both those movies have. So, you know, obviously maybe, yeah, certain people over here are not going to relate to it, but at the same time, there's a lot of people that are going to relate to it and just absolutely enjoy the shit out of it.
There was the element where the character was using the red panda for popularity, which is what, you know, not to keep going back to Teen Wolf, but that's what Michael J. Fox was essentially, you know, abusing the wolf, you know, to get a part in the play and to get, you know, a date with the hot girl in school
and be the star basketball player and all that stuff.
Turned on the people who were, you know, closest to him, and that's what the way when it played out. So that's what I remembered when I watched it. I was like, I don't know, it just felt a lot like Teen Wolf to me, and so I kind of wrote that, and then everyone was, I got beat up for that. But listen, you know, I honestly do believe that as critics, when we put ourselves out there, there's a chance that every once in a while we're going to end up in the barrel. And, you know,
it happens.
Like I said before, I think I have. What helped a lot was that I've been doing this Real Blend podcast for going on 4 years now. And I got a lot of comments from the people who listen to me on a weekly basis who were very quick to say, that's not you. You know, we know that's not you. You put yourself out there on a weekly basis and defend these, you know, all voices in cinema. And we have directors on from all walks of life every single week. And so when people came at me with that criticism, I was like, if you just do a little bit of research, just a little bit of research, you'll understand that. Like,
nobody wants to do that nowadays. That's the sad
part. No. And again, like I said, on social media, you can't wade into that pool and just say, hey, do me a favor, just go back and read anything else I've written. You just have to sort of take it. You just have to sort of have to take it. And I hope it doesn't happen to you, Dave.
Yeah,
be careful what you say.
I'm surprised it hasn't. I say all the time when I do Film Junkee Live, I'm like, oh, just got canceled, you know, and it's just. But I mean, I'm always kind of curious, like when something like that happens, because I wanted to reach out, but then at the same time, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna let Sean be how it is, because I know, you know, what's funny is like we talked about you coming on again to promote your new book before this. This was a while ago, but you were busy. You know, you had South by Southwest. You were going on other stuff, so it was like, all right. And I just didn't want to, you know, be like, hey, buddy. How's it going? You know, I was like, let them be, you know, when all this stuff has happened, I'm not going to like, you know, and then when you hit me up this week, I was like, all right, yeah, let's fucking do it, you know? And,
but let me also say that one of the things that did open my eyes to, which I do agree to, is that when you are able to get other voices on your staff who can view, like I watched Turning Red and I realized, this isn't for me. It's not a story for me. And if it were not for a deadline that we were trying to race, I should have turned around and said to somebody else on staff who could connect to the material better, you know, hey, you should take the assignment. And I will say that, like, we had the junket coming up a couple of days after the fact, and I did pass it off to somebody else on our staff because I was like, I think she loved the movie. And I said, you're going to get more out of the director. You're going to get more out of the cast. Please, you sit down with them, you know, and talk to them, because it didn't work for me. And I think in more times than not, you're supposed to, you should try to find other people who connect with the material and approach it from a place where maybe the filmmaker is coming from also, and take a different look at stuff. Art is very subjective. We've always said art is subjective, and I think all different voices are really, really important. And it was a great reminder to find other people, you know, who can comment on different stories that are being told nowadays.
No, and that's, I mean, and you know, even talking with other people too about it, was like on the Vodka stream, it was like, yeah, it wasn't for you. And maybe at the same time, it's like, all right, well, yeah, like you said, get somebody who actually enjoyed the movie, who wants to actually, really praise the movie. I mean, one of the things I was like kind of worried about, I was like, well, like how is Cinema Blend, and all that stuff was gonna, the behind the scenes stuff. I mean, that must have been like kind of like a whoa kind of moment when it came to all that. But I'm just glad that it didn't result in because nowadays you just never know when it comes to this stuff. Like when something happens like this and all of a sudden the dog pile happens and you just kind of go like, well, how is the organization as a whole going to react to this? And hopefully they don't just go, oh yeah, you're out, bud. But I mean, I think you and Cinema Blend are never gonna get to that moment. And I think at the way you guys handled it, it was like, all right, we did that. It was that was a thing. You put it out there, and then hopefully it's like, all right, we'll get somebody else that actually reviewed this movie, that actually enjoyed it. We're gonna do that, and then hopefully it's not gonna be a thing where, I mean, I'm sure it's gonna linger on a little bit, but hopefully it's like gotten to the point where like not everybody's going like, oh yeah, did you relate to this? Did you relate? It's like, shut up.
Oh, I still get that. I still get that every once in a while.
I think
That's kind of faded away.
With everything everywhere from, I think you posted something about that, and I looked at the comments. I'm like, come on. Everything everywhere all at once is a fantastic fucking movie. He enjoyed it. Everybody enjoyed it. Oh my God. That's one of the best movies of the year. You agreed with that. It was like, come on, Jesus Christ.
No, as a site, honestly, I mean, as a site, we always want to basically be able to grow and evolve.
Yeah.
And we know that media is constantly changing and the audience is constantly changing, and we want to stay, up to speed with covering entertainment in the way that people want entertainment covered. And so this was a great reminder. This was a really great reminder that maybe some of the old ways that we were doing things need to be refreshed, and that we need to continue to push for more diversity on our staff and in the way that we cover things. We have a voices section that I actually do a lot of work in, which I know people won't believe in necessarily, that goes after, completely stories that shine a brighter spotlight on underappreciated voices. And that's something I've been very, very proud of that Cinema Blend does, and we will continue to do, and we will continue to grow out, because the industry as a whole, from television to film, is pushing for more diversity and more representation in films. And I want to make sure that Cinema Blend is one of the people who's at the forefront, who's covering all those different things. So this review, I chuckled a little bit when you brought it up, because I know the headlines that it generated, but I really, in my heart, believe that we're doing the right thing at Cinema Blend, and I know that that's going to shine through to the point where I think that I think that people have come to realize that oh, we went after this target, but it might not have been the right target to go after, kind of thing.
Yeah. No, I get that. And then, and then when this whole thing happened, and the cherry on top, kind of like, and I'm kind of wondering what and I know this is going to be interesting, is like, but when Ray Fisher tweeted out something about you, the whole Ray Fisher situation, like, I'm sure that was like one of those things, like, is like, as you were probably getting a lot of heat already, and then all of a sudden Ray Fisher tweets that out.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
What was the response when he talked about that, and the whole, like, you're working with Joss Whedon kind of thing?
So I was in South by, trying to cover the film festival and dealing with the Turning Red fallout, essentially, and letting it play itself out, because knowing that I couldn't really necessarily step in. And so, it was interesting that Ray decided to chime in at that point. And Ray, works his social media the way that he wants to work his social media, and he's completely fine to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, that's completely Ray's story to tell.
Okay.
And for him to say more later, who's to say what that's going to be? I have no idea.
You have no idea what that could be.
Well, so I can tell you my side of the story about when I covered Joss leaving the Nevers.
That's fine.
Yeah. We got reached out by Joss's publicists, who said, we would like to give you the statement that we're going to give it out to the trades at fill in the blank time. We'll give it to you a half an hour beforehand if you want to write it up quicker and have it ready to go. It was a statement that was going out to all the different trades about why he was leaving the Nevers. We knew it was BS, but we ran it anyway. You know, I think the statement at the time said he was exhausted, you know, from his different things that were going on, but it was very clear what was happening. But this is essentially how reporting happens. You know, sources feed you information. You run with that information. What Ray left out of his tweet was that we contacted him immediately afterwards and gave him the ability to provide a rebuttal, which we ran at the top of that story as well too. So we reported on this situation. We reported on a director leaving a project that was coming to HBO. How Ray feels about that, that's up for him to tell. You know, I know I did my job, and I know that I reported on that situation. Now, whether that puts me in Joss's camp, no, it doesn't put me in Joss's camp in any way, shape, or form. I received a statement from a publicist. That is all. Didn't talk to Joss. Only talk to Joss's people.
Okay.
There is a rumor going around that I'm in some text thread with Joss and Jeff Johns. That is a complete lie. And if anybody wants to show some proof of that, I would love to see it because I've never spoken to Jeff Johns in my life. I have spoken to Joss a couple of times, but only because I've interviewed him at different places. I interviewed him at South by Southwest for Cabin in the Woods. I'm trying to think if I interviewed him. I saw him at the Critics' Choice Awards the year the Cabin in the Woods was up for a nomination. And I spoke to Drew Goddard for a long period of time. And then Joss came over and sort of tapped Drew on the shoulder. And then they went off to the dance floor together. I think those are my only two interactions with Joss Whedon at the time. So, yeah, I don't know. That's Ray's story to tell. I don't know why Ray wants to continue to dredge that up on his social media, but that's all I know.
It was like one of those things. Like I said, I showed up to that whole thing late, and then I was saying like the whole dog pile thing, and then all of a sudden like Ray tweeted, and I went, "Oh, what?" I'm like, you know, I very much, when it comes to me, you know, obviously there's like behind the scenes. There's always behind the scenes stuff. And I just kind of go like, I'm not very much in the know. I'm just kind of like, I'm a personality that goes, when the news happens, I'm going to comment on it. That's my shtick right there, guys. You know, I'm not trying to dig for scoops or trying to dig for all this stuff like that. So, you know, when I saw that, I mean, it just was like, all right, so what is happening? Because at one point, I mean, obviously Ray was all supportive of the release of Snyder Cut book at one point, right?
There was a time when I had a really great relationship with Ray where he and I were texting each other back and forth. And he actually gave me a blurb to use for the Snyder Cut book. And then he asked me to not use it. And I agreed, which I thought was fine. Was never quite sure 100% why that was the case. You and I talked about, I think I talked about this on the last Vodka stream.
Probably.
There was a situation where I was texting with a mutual friend of ours, who is, now this is where you get into the who's taking sides on what side. But there's a friend of ours who's in the TPZ group who was telling me about Ray. How did this go down? Essentially, this was when, I'll have to go back and check and see. But this friend of ours said that Ray is on top of something, right? On top of a story that's breaking about Joss. And I said, yes, I have. I know he and I have been texting basically. And I shared a screenshot. And that screenshot I sent to Ray instead of sending it to our friend. And because this was Thanksgiving Day and I was cooking. And it went to the wrong person. It went to Ray. And then Ray said, "Oh, what was this?" And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to send this to a friend of ours." And it went to him instead. And it was very harmless. I can even show you what the text was. And then from that moment on, and I don't blame Ray for this at all, because I think Ray is being wronged by a lot of different people. You know, I do think that there are people who are working behind the scenes and conspiring against Ray necessarily.
Yeah.
To essentially go against the things that he would like to bring to the surface. And like he's fighting a lot of battles, and I think that he's correct in a lot of those battles, 100%. But I think that text is getting misinterpreted as I was in some sort of text thread with Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon, which is just wrong. Like, that's a complete lie.
Yeah.
And so if Ray thinks that, I'm sorry that he thinks that. But he and I spoke on the phone a couple of times after that and discussed at length, because this is when he says that on that tweet that he has me dead to rights about softening the nevers. Like, he and I had a conversation, about like, where did this information come from? Who at Joss's camp wanted to pass something over? And I knew that he was really keeping track of that type of stuff. I knew that he was really trying to figure out who was reporting things and getting certain stories out at certain times. And he was keeping track of that to see, like, to keep track of it for relevant details. And I helped him as much as I could, because he was extremely nice to me at that point, and he and I were still working really well together. And then we weren't.
Yeah.
So.
It's all very interesting when it comes to this stuff, because at one point I was hoping to get Ray on here, and it looked like at one point that he was going to, I was going to be able to talk to Ray and everything, but then there was, it's kind of frustrating, because there are people, especially when it comes to all this stuff where I mean, obviously we all have our own different voices, and then there's things that happen. I mean, obviously, like when it comes to even me, I mean, I get shit for all this stuff too. Like if I don't follow like a certain, like, oh, you had to believe this, you got to talk about this. If you dare say that Zach, is too happy over at Netflix while you're against Restore the Snyderverse and blah blah blah. There's so many things. That go with this. And then when it comes behind the scenes and other people had voices, and I think at one point it looked like I was like, all right, because when it came to last year when Zack Snyder's Justice League was coming out, I was getting a bunch of people. I was like, hey, now, I mean, obviously not the big people, like the huge people, but there was a chance I was like, oh yeah, maybe I'll get to talk to Ray and stuff like that. But at the same time, it was like, I remember seeing like Ray was like talking to like a certain other individual who then was like really kind of started conspiring against certain voices. And I went, and we're not going to name names.
Do we want to go down that hole?
Yeah, I know. That's the thing.
Do we want to go down that hole?
We don't need to really go down that road, because, they'll go down. I know exactly what you're talking about, but at the same time, it's just like,
because here's the thing, Dave. There's a lot of people in chat. I'm watching the chat go through.
I know.
Right?
I know you are. I know. I was going to actually be like, Sean, don't look at the chat tonight.
Yeah. The chat doesn't want to know the whole story.
Yeah.
And, we don't want to tell them the whole story.
No.
Because the whole story is really ugly. And it comes down to a division in the fandom.
It does.
Right? It comes down to a division in the fandom. It doesn't have anything to do with it. Honestly, as much as people really want to know, they think that this is really juicy that I just brought up. It has nothing to do with Ray. It has to do with a division in the fandom. It has to do with people taking sides. And my reporting, and you doing this on a weekly basis, has proven that there's people who's just taken sides. There's people who've taken sides. And even people like you and I, who I think have tried to maintain a foot in multiple parties, right? Like, I don't think that either one of us has ever at any point chosen sides. I think our personalities have been, fair or not, assigned to certain sides. And so then we get attacked by one side or the other side because of things that they believe that we're doing, even though we might not be doing them. And it goes a little bit back to what we were having a conversation about before, which is you can't wade into those arguments. Yeah. Because if you try to wade into those arguments and raise some logical conversation, it doesn't go anywhere. It just doesn't go anywhere. And it's frustrating. And I know you're as frustrated by it as I am.
Dude. I mean, there's times, I mean, like, it's kind of funny because I was even talking about it with some people tonight too. It was like, you know, at one point, I think it was, you know, it was sometime at the end of last year where I went kind of, you know, when it comes to all this stuff, I actually said, I'm like, hey, because somebody was tweeting out, like, what's your most like controversial Zack Snyder or like Snyderverse take? And I went, I'd be okay if we saw the sequels in a graphic novel form. And holy shit, did I, and I knew it. I was like, oh man, if I hit send on this, this is going to get crazy, you know? Sure. And sure enough, like when it comes to something like that, it's like, oh no, it's live action or not. I mean, like even tonight, like when I, you know, when I posted that we were going to, you know, you were going to be on and we're going to have a conversation, you saw some of the reaction and everything sure. like that. And I was, you know, I even got a little worried. I'm like, Sean, you're not going to back out, are you? Because I'm loving this conversation that we're having. And this is what this is all about. It's like the fact that, you know, we're having drinks and we're talking about this stuff. And I'm glad that we are, because
Dave, I will never back out. If you invite me onto the Vodka stream, I will never.
Good. I love that. I love that. And I love the fact that, you know, because it was like, I saw people, are you going to ask him about this? And I'm like, hey, give me some, you know, we're going to talk about some other stuff first, and then we're going to get to this stuff because, you know, this is something that very much that people wanted to know. And like you said, I mean, it's just when it comes to this kind of stuff, it's like, you know, you're either with us or against us. You have to be with us 100% or not. I mean, I like when the whole thing happened, I even talked about it Film Junkee Live when people were like, what about Sean O'Connell? I was like, okay, yeah. I read you know, when it came to the Turning Red review, I was like, yeah, you know, I get it. Yeah. When I read some of the stuff, I was like, yep, little tone deaf buggy. And I was like wondering, I'm like, right, you know, Sean, you hit send on that, you know, that, but it's perfectly fine. And then at the same time, when it comes to other stuff, but then everybody goes like, oh yeah, well, he cashed in on the release of Snyder Cut book. He was trying to cash in on, you know, all that stuff. And I'm like, all right, well, hey guys, who the fuck else was going to write this book? Were you going to write this book? Were anybody else going to write this book? And that's one of the things I always say, because it's like nobody else was going to write a book about this. And I dug the fact, and a lot of my, you know, friends dug the fact that we had an outside presence who's a writer, wrote this book, and he wrote it well. And it's not like, oh yeah, I'm just saying this because I'm in every chapter. No, that's not the case. And I was like, I love the fact that you gave everybody their equal, like, okay, you reached out, you did the due diligence to be like, what was your take on this? And you talked to people about it. You reached out to me. You reached out to Colbert. You reached out to Garza, to Chris Wong Swenson. You reached out to everybody. You did the work to make that book. And it was just like, okay, you worked very hard on it. I'm like, who else was going to do that? This random person with 13 followers? No, they weren't going to do that, you know?
No. And as you know, since we're relitigating all of this, when I started the process of writing this book, I relied on the people who were doing the most work in the movement to tell me who I should be talking to. Like that was always my intro questions of just like, who should I be talking to? Like, who are the people who are doing this? And they kicked me up the ladder to people like, you know, we can get into Vinaldo and Ben Wellington and all these people who are in my book, who are happy to talk to me, Hamad, you know, who were happy to talk to me at the time. You know, these are people who were in the book. Yeah, they're all in the book. And so to hear that I wasn't giving proper representation to all sides, to me is still fairly comical, because I wasn't deciding in the moment, oh no, I'm only going to listen to your side. I listened to everybody. I wanted to get the full story from everyone possible. And so this narrative after the fact of I was, manipulating the fan base for my own benefit. Like, I didn't bully anybody to buy the book.
No.
Ignore the fucking book if you want to, it's fine. It's okay. There's been plenty of people who have picked it up, believe me. Plenty of people have picked it up. And there's a lot of people who have enjoyed it, who have said, like, this has been a great representation of the early days of it. But if you don't like it, you don't like it. I'm okay with that.
That's the thing. Like, and that's one of the things that as fandoms, whether it's like, Star Wars, Marvel, or DC, or whatever the fuck, it's like, it's like I don't know, everything just gets kind of tribal when it comes to this stuff, and when it, and I've told everybody, my book, your book, my book, I wish it was my book, because it's, even like I had the author, can't remember his name right now. I had the author of the Snyderverse saga. He wrote a book about, and he just kind of talked about.
That's a good book
too. Yes,
yep.
Like, I read through that, and I'm like, man. I mean, the time that it takes to make a book like this, it's not just, hey, I'm just going to write a novel. I mean, there's one thing about writing a novel that's a whole different beast, where it's like you're coming up with new shit, you're coming up with storylines, character development, and all that stuff. Yeah, that's one thing. But to do like a book that's based on something that's reality, and to have you have to reach out to people, you have to you have to get all this information and all this stuff like that, and it's gonna get to a point where certain things are gonna, people involved, like, for instance, Ray Fisher, where it's like certain things happen, where maybe something happens, and all of a sudden they get suspicious, and something like that maybe happen, and they start like suspecting, and that's why I wanted to like bring up that with you, to get your side of all that thing, when it came to Ray, especially when obviously that link to the whole Turning Red review backlash. It's like, God damn it. Did he really need that? It's like,
but now here's the thing, and I'll leave it at this, because after this, it's up to Ray to fill in whatever he would like to fill in.
Yeah.
I honestly want nothing but the best for Ray. Like, I honestly think that Ray, deserves the best. And I think the things that he went through were really horrible. I don't doubt that what he went through was really horrible.
Yeah.
If Ray honestly believes, because of people who potentially might be telling him this, that I was involved in some sort of text thread with Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon, if nothing else comes out of this conversation, that is complete bullshit. It's just complete bullshit. Like, there has been no text thread between Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon to dig up dirt on Ray Fisher.
Yeah.
I mean, that's full stop. Full stop. That never happened. Joss Whedon's publicists offered us a statement at Cinema Blend that we would get before the trades, which we said thank you very much to, because we're a news outlet. And if you're going to give us an opportunity to report on why a director is leaving an HBO series, thank you very much. We appreciate that. That's how reporting works in film journalism. A source feeds you something. So if Ray thinks that there was some sort of text thread between Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon through whoever told him this, I think you might know. I think other people might know. I can't tell you enough of how complete bullshit that is. And if that's the only message that I can get out of this conversation, I hope Ray hears the fact that entire thing is complete bullshit. So,
yeah.
And after that, that's all I can do.
So, I mean, there's only so much you can do when it comes to all this stuff. I mean, it's got to be.
Bennett, hold on. Bennett is asking why Cinema Blend got earlier access to that news. Because Cinema Blend at that time was doing a shit ton of reporting on stuff happening in the Justice League investigation. We were reporting on it on a daily basis. and they thought that we would be a really great outlet to get that statement out there. It was going to the trades 30 minutes after we got it, but we were doing a ton of reporting on that on a daily basis.
Okay.
So they fed it to us.
There you go. I mean, that's the thing is like when it comes to like these big sites, I mean, obviously I run my, yeah. There you go. Yeah, he did say thank you.
I'm glancing over at the chat.
No. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I know there's a lot of commotion happening in that, and feel free to answer whatever you want to. I mean, that's the thing. And we're gonna bring in Mr. KC to the chat. Mr. Krypton Cage, what's up, sir?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Just getting
Hey,
into the greedy of film journalism and all this stuff like that. I don't know if you've been watching.
Yes, I have, and I thought that was a very interesting discussion. And it's it's obviously like Sean said, Twitter is not the place to have these discussions. Like,
no,
people will not even allow you to say your part. But it was refreshing to hear your side, Sean. So yeah, I appreciate that. And there is obviously frustration from people in the chat. I can see that they are frustrated that this full story is not known and they want to know and all that.
Wait, I want to say that when KC joined the conversation, that people said finally some eye candy has joined
he's a good looking dude. He's a good looking dude.
Yes,
okay, Sean, me and Sean, we're old men or something. We just don't carry it. KC's young and he's he's got
virile.
He's very much. That's why I bring him on the Vodka stream. Eye candy, Yeah, that's what it is.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, no problem. See, I mean, stuff like
that, So yeah, all this is very interesting. Like, I've been following all this since things happen, and it is a very fickle fan base, and stuff like this always happens. Like Dave says, there's not a single day that goes without drama in here. So it's always fun for some, but difficult for others. But yeah, I have heard your side, and I do think that there's a lot of stuff that people don't know and would like to know. But also I understand that you cannot say some stuff, which would.
Well, keep asking. What would you like to know, Casey?
No, I mean, not particularly me.
I have to go to the bathroom. Good. Yes.
Yeah. So like, people would like to know what exactly happened at that moment, between you and Ray, that led Ray to completely do a 180 from you, which I've heard what you just said, and I understand that the misunderstanding happened, but you've also said that you have talked to him on the phone, so that conversation might have been more clear as opposed to texting. So I'm still wondering why wasn't it cleared? And either one of you could have shown screenshots of your phones or whatever, but I understand that might be private matter, but I think that if you talked to Ray, that could have been cleared, right? So I'm still not understanding why there's an issue still.
And I wish I could answer that because I do not have those details. Yeah, I wish I could fill that in. That's not my story to tell, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's also another thing, because I don't want us to say something that Ray would have said in private to you. So
of course,
it's not our story to tell. So whenever he's ready, I guess. Yeah.
Nope. I 100% respect his ability to tell any story that he would like to tell when he would like to tell it.
No, like I said, I wish I wanted to have a sit down with him, because I mean that's what the Vodka stream's always been about. It's like, hey, come on, let's have a sit down, let's have a discussion, relaxed. I mean, I'm not going to grill or anything like that, you know, and I was really hoping to have a conversation with him, you know, because everybody else that I had a conversation with from the cast was absolutely fantastic, pleasant. You know, obviously Zach's been on here a few times and Deborah's been on here. Ray Porter's been on here a few times. You know, there's so many things where I'm like, but at the same time, it's like, man, some things behind the scenes where you just kind of go like, oh, maybe the reason why I didn't get any, you know, sit down with him is because certain other things were happening behind the scenes. And I was like, and it just kind of sucks too, because, you know, coming here, everything's good. We're good. There's no hostile environment, nothing like that. I mean, even like, you know, I was kind of worried even tonight with you, Sean, was like, you know, especially seeing some of the reaction on Twitter. I was like, hopefully Sean still comes. I was like,
Sean is taking every criticism like a champ, I would say. Like,
oh, dude, like when I saw you responding to, I was like, okay, I think he's still gonna. I was worried. I was a little worried because just the way things were saying on social media, but this is what it's all about. Just actually having a actual conversation.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here answering whatever you guys would like to know. Now, There are certain things that I'm not going to overstep because there are certain things that I just feel like, you know, if I answered for certain people, and I'm not even saying that doesn't even include Ray. If I answered for certain people, it would be out of bounds. There's a certain element of being out of bounds, right? It's not my story to tell. Like I said earlier, not my story to tell.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, we'll see. But I mean, I think like when it comes to everything right now, I mean, we're always hoping for, you know, when it came to the Justice League investigation, we always hoped that was actually, you know, performed as it should have been. And I mean, of course, Ray has said that it wasn't. And, you know, Walter Hamada, and, you know, and I've even said many times, I've heard stuff about Hamada. I've heard stuff about Toby. Who knows what's going to be happening with that? I mean, those guys, when it comes to these suits in these studios, yeah, I mean, you really hope that, you know, but at the same time, I'm just so happy that Ray is in Rebel Moon. I'm so happy. We're all happy. Yeah.
I want to address something.
Go ahead.
There's a guy named Saggy Melons, I believe.
No, that's a guy. That's a girl.
That's a girl.
Yeah.
Does not seem to like me at all. And is asking if I'm saying that Ray is lying about interacting with me. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I am not in the least bit saying that Ray is lying. I don't know 100% why Ray turned on me. I don't know 100% why Ray turned on me. I think, without any information to back it up, that people have given him information about some text thread with me and Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon that is false. And so that's why I said, if there's any information to take out of this, that conversation, that text thread doesn't exist. If Ray believes that conversation, that text thread exists, that's a lie. So no, I'm not saying that Ray is a liar in any way, shape, or form. Not at all. But I'm thinking if that is the reason why he does not believe that I support him, and that's not the case, I actually do support him 100%. If he thinks that's what the case is, that is a lie. Now, if he has other reasons why he hates me, so be it. You know, that might be that he might come back and say, no. The reason I hate you is because of this, and then I have to say, oh, okay, that makes sense. Then so be it. But I think right now, that he thinks that I was, you know, conspiring against him, and that's just not the case. It's not the case at all. So.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you were writing the book, you were very much, you know, he was promoting it. He was saying, you know, praising it at one point. But yeah, but then I guess like when it, you know, down the line, something was like, something happened. I mean, like I said, who knows? like I said, I'm not much in the know. I don't like to do the digging or anything like that. I'm just like, hey, I'm just going to comment on what's happening. And then when I get pulled in the shit, I'm like, I don't even know certain things, when I get pulled into it. It's all just when it comes to all this, obviously when it comes to Justice League and the investigation, we all want everybody just like to sing to high heaven. And for the most part, Gal has said things about Joss. Great. Ben Affleck has said certain things, maybe not everything, when it comes to his situation, and most people, and then now it's a big PR thing too, because Warner Brothers is like trying to just be like, hey, and now with Discovery coming in, it's like, hey, we just want to let's move forward. And with, we just want to be happy now. And obviously even with Ezra now, with the stuff that's happened with the situation that he's been involved with. And it's just, man, I tell you, it's all such a touchy situation when you try to comment about it, even, where it's like, all right, so who's in the wrong, who's in the right, who's in this, and it's like juggling fucking 12 different balls and chainsaws at the same time. It's like, what is happening? And there's only so much that we know. There really is,
especially with this situation, right?
Yeah.
Which seems to it's still lingering.
Very much.
There's so many people who would love to, especially with these conversations that we just heard about, a whole complete DC overhaul, people would like to move on. And then there's plenty of other people who would like answers to what happened. And so we're going to be stuck in this limbo. I feel like we're going to be stuck in this limbo of trying to figure out what happened.
We're very much going to be stuck in this limbo, but at the same time, it's like, I think Zaslav coming in, to be honest, I think he's just like a we're not doing bullshit, mentality kind of thing. I think he's very much in the vein of, hey, we got a company and now we merged two companies. We got to get our shit together. I think there was even a thing where it's like no red tape that came out. There was like an article, right, Casey? Like there was something that came out, right? It said like no red tape, no bullshit kind of thing. And I think he wants to very much just get past like all this kind of crap. And like he's seeing numbers. He's seeing like what is happening. We talked earlier, Sean, about the fact that Henry Cavill's right there. It's like, how many times have we seen Henry Cavill's name just trend because we want him back as Superman? How many times? It's all right there. It's like, and what the statement that they gave out about the overhaul is the fact that like in one specific thing was the fact that a character like Superman was left to languish. It's like, yeah. How is that possible? Like, how is it possible that a character like Superman, which is, obviously Batman is probably the top tier when it comes, Batman and Spider-Man when it comes to Marvel and DC, let's face it, that's like Coke and Pepsi, that's all fucking, it's way up there. But Superman's not far below that. And it's like, how do you not have more Superman nowadays when like the last time we saw Superman is like, yeah, technically last year, but that was filmed back in 2016. It's like, how is it that it's not been and I really think that this new company and Zaslav is like really just going like, all right, who knows? Again, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but at the same time, it's just like he wants to just like cut the bullshit. Let's get things back to the way they were. Certain people got to get let go, sure, and I think that's going to continue to happen. Who knows? But at the same time, it's like, all right, when it comes to this kind of stuff, like, especially with like Ray Fisher, we all want to see him back as Cyborg. We do. We want to see that again. But at the same time, like when it comes to him and Zach, it's like, oh, now they're doing something different over at Netflix. And the whole fandom praised, we cheered and we were fingers crossed, like, come on, Zach, just cast Ray Fisher in your movie. And he did, because that's who Zach is. He's like, all right, yeah, I saw injustice over there. You saw injustice over there. Now we're over here. Let's do something new, fresh, and we're going to build something new. And I wish there was more praise for that, because it does seem like there's not as much praise for that. You know, we're all still kind of stuck in the fucking DC camp. And as
Well,
much
wait till we see it, though. You know, like if it's a terrific part and Ray knocks it out of the park,
which he
then
will.
that's great. Yeah, then that's great. Then it's almost like justice for all of them getting out of the DC mix, getting out of the Warner Brothers mix, right?
See,
and
you
finding
bring
new
up
life at Netflix.
You bring up a good point. I'm just like, when it comes to all this stuff, I'll even be like at some point where I'm like, guys, we won. Everybody is like winning right now. How are you not? Some people make it seem like we haven't won the full war, I guess. But it's like, how many battles have we won? Because it's like, we got the Snyder Cut to come out. We saw it in all its glory. And
which, by the way, Dave, is the battle.
Yeah.
That is the battle. Get the Snyder Cut released.
Yes.
That was it.
That was the battle. It's not the same as trying to get the sequels, because that's a whole that's a mountain to move. It really is.
A whole nother one. Yes.
It's a whole other mountain to move. But at the same time, it's like we have Zach over at Netflix, and now Ray's over with him, and they're building up some shit like that is like coming from the ground up. That's a win. It's all a win. At the same time, and at the same time, when it comes to, and I even said this, I think on my Patreon little audio that I posted yesterday, I was like, it's almost like, you got restore the Snyderverse. Yeah, I'm all about it. I want to see more and everything like that. But at the same time, I even said, why not #salvage the Snyderverse a little bit? Which I'm thinking, like, some of this stuff, if Zaslav could be like, hey, we got to salvage some of what Zach did, because he did some great shit. I mean, that talking earlier about like the fact that Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, and Ezra Miller are still around doing their stuff. Yeah, it might not be the exact plan that maybe was originally supposed to be there, but at the same time, I mean, there's a reason why that I keep supporting the Flash movie, because I've talked to people who are involved in the Flash movie, which are some of Zach's guys, the VFX guys, and they've all said like, yeah, the reason why we came back is because the script brought us back. And I'm like, I can't ignore that. Ignore that, you know? And it's just like, Aquaman was supposed to be, he's always been a butt of a joke. That's the top DC film of all time.
But one time I tweeted that the continuation of these actors and these characters that Zach, cast and established was enough for the restoration, quote unquote, of the Snyderverse. And I got crucified.
I'm sure.
Saying like, what are you talking about? That's not enough. And I was like, yeah, but like you're not going to get 100% of what you want. So maybe take the win of Ben's going to be in Flash. You have an Aquaman sequel with Jason. Gal's going to get a third Wonder Woman. These are elements that Zach put into place. It might not be the full Snyderverse and the sequels that he planned for Justice League, but there's still an element of his influence and his fingerprints that are defining the DCEU moving forward. So, but I mentioned that and I got shouted down. So,
of course,
which is fine. That's okay.
What do you guys say? KC, you sound like you have something to say.
Yeah, that article was pretty interesting to me, but I was seeing some people being super happy, and I just couldn't bring myself to that level, although I should be. Yeah, because of that article. Because we are jaded DC fans. We know that stuff can be said, one way, but in order for that to happen, you have to wait years, and some stuff might just not happen. So I see that article as a very positive one, because the three takeaways from that, the first one being that, primarily they just want the DC entertainment to be, revamped. They just don't like how it's going right now. They need a plan. And that's a good thing, because the first thing that you recognize literally in the first week after coming was that DC needs, to be better, to say the least. So That is the first thing, because they are recognizing the problem. So solving the problem comes later. You have to recognize the problem. So yes, that's a very good thing. And the second thing, they said they are probably looking for a Kevin Feige like figure, and I think that's a pretty good thing. And
A czar.
yeah, that's a very good thing. To
Yeah.
even acknowledge that that's needed is a good thing. Good luck finding that person because that's extremely difficult. But at least they are saying it, right? So I will remember that. And the third thing was that they want DC to be some sort of its own studio, like Marvel Studios is, so that the executives that see these other movies for Warner Brothers don't have to necessarily dictate what happens with the comic book movies, because they have no knowledge about that. They're just seeing sheets, numbers on sheets. So you cannot make decisions based on that. So it's good to have someone who is solely focused on the DC universe, who is in charge of this. So that's a very good thing. And I think that's also another positive. The last thing that I was very which actually was my main takeaway was that they are focusing on Superman again. So that's the most positive thing. Like, you have Henry Cavill as Superman. Even the most um, critical Snyder haters or whatever, they at least acknowledge that given the right material, Henry Cavill can be in a good Superman movie, right? Forget Man of Steel, even if they like it. Forget Man of Steel, BVS, even Snyder Cut, forget it. You have Henry Cavill as Superman. That casting is important, right? Just make another movie. You don't have to get Zack Snyder. You don't have to get the old
Right
writers.
there.
Yeah, just use him in a movie. If the executives think that you can make a Superman movie, a good Superman movie, and you don't need Zack Snyder to do that, sure, go ahead and make that movie. Who's stopping you? But you need to make that movie because he's Superman. Without Superman, there's no other members. There's nobody else. You cannot do that. It's like
Totally
in
agree.
the MCU, sidelining Iron Man and Captain America and just keeping on making the other movies. Or in the
Exactly.
entire
You need that
Marvel,
soup.
just
You need
sidelining
soup and
Spider-Man.
Yeah, you need them. And we got
insane.
all the way from Kenyatta up north, Mr. Travis. What's
Hey.
going on, sir?
Not bad. I had to come in because I saw all the Canadian slander in the chat talking about how bad we are and everything. No, I actually had not planned to be here, but because
You
I'm
did?
doing my Easter stuff here, and the kids just like completely clunked out. So I am in my in-laws' basement right now, and that's why I don't have no pretty lights or anything. But
Look
I
at
was
that.
listening the
I
whole
love
time,
it.
so good to see everybody.
Yeah, good to see you too, Travis. How you doing?
Good. I'm very full. We had a nice brisket. We had ham. We had pierogies.
Brisket.
We had
Oh,
yeah,
yummy.
like an early Easter. We you do the whole thing where we did her side of the family, and then my side's on the Sunday, I think, something like that. So I'm pretty full, but it's been a good weekend, 4-day weekend. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah. And I'm glad you showed up because you've always been outside of the Snyderverse stuff, so it's always good to get that opinion outside of this whole thing. It's been an adventure, at least for me, for Sean, for even KC, where it's like, I mean, I tell you what, I mean me and Sean have similar people that just don't like us because we don't say the similar things, and then there'll be people that do like me but don't like Sean, or like Sean don't like me. I mean, it's like this whole crazy thing that's been put out there when it comes to social media. But what's the fact of the matter is I like Sean. Sean likes me. We like to converse. We had a great conversation before we dove into this. An hour. It took an hour. I even looked. I was like, we had an hour conversation before pretty much we got into this whole stuff because, we had to get into this stuff. But at the same time, it's like we had a great conversation. I almost was like, God, do I even want to bring this stuff up? But, it had to be done. It had to be done.
I knew it was coming, Dave. I knew it was coming.
I knew you knew, and the fact that we're sitting here having drinks, it was gonna be a thing. But I love the fact that because I saw people in the chat, are you gonna ask about? I'm like, relax. I want to have a conversation with somebody I haven't talked to in a bit first. And that's the thing. But then we finally got into it. So, and Travis being like an outside presence, I mean, like seeing like all the stuff. I mean, give us your take.
Well, when you said like you guys for the past few years have been in a whirlwind, like I feel like it kind of like just for fans and like general definitely started Man of Steel time because I try to think of like in my time comic movies, it felt like either this movie was loved or was hated. Like when all of them were coming out, it was like the audience was clearly one way. And I feel like Man of Steel, like, yeah, you had Watchmen, but Watchmen obviously is no Superman, no Spider-Man. So people weren't even fighting for it as much. But Man of Steel, I remember the first time walking out of the theater and like half my group was like, oh, I love that. Half the group was, I don't think that was really for me. And BVS was more of that. And it's one of these things that I think the fandom, just comic book fandom in general, has changed since 2016 because of BVS when that happened. It created such a divide between everybody. And for me, I've definitely followed it because I have a lot of people that were huge into the following, huge into the cut and everything like that. And I was always the camp of, sure, I'd like to see it. I wasn't the biggest fan of Man of Steel. I liked BVS and I loved Justice League, but I was very much in the middle of like, cool, if he gets it, that's awesome. Finish his movie. But I'm also kind of like,
wait,
what Sean was talking
theatrical
about
Justice
earlier.
League? Theatrical Justice League? You love theatrical
No.
Justice
No,
League? Making sure.
Whoa, easy there, Travis.
Yeah, I should no. That one I dislike more than Man of Steel and BVS because it just even at the point of like, and I know maybe I'm saying like unsacred things here, but I believe if you were to have Joss Whedon do a Justice League from start to finish, it would be a better movie than that. The same way Zack Snyder doing start to finish would be a better movie than that. The fact that you try to take these two directors and meld it together, it was never really going to work out. No, sorry. Zack Snyder's Justice League, I absolutely loved. And I loved like the 5-hour Watchmen. Like that's a yearly watch for me. I love a movie when it's in the world like Lord of the Rings. When I like what's going on, I could sit there for 4 to 6 hours and not like the Batman. Same thing. When some people, if they complain about length, not me. Like it was 3 hours went by. So it's been interesting to watch, but I agree with Sean completely where like you two have proven where I think when I first got on Twitter, whether it was a point or something you feel like you got to argue or whatnot, and that was in that 2016, 2015 era. But I found out now you don't get anywhere. It's just a revolving door. You're having the same conversation. Someone comes in and they say the same thing over. Like what you guys do here, you're going to be able to talk it out more than 140 characters, 280 characters. And there's actually subtlety. Whether you agree with someone or disagree with someone, you can actually stress your point as much as possible. So it's interesting. Obviously with the DC Overhaul, it's always interesting, but I'm like many other people where I'm gonna believe everything when I see it. I'm like Sean, where I don't necessarily need an overhaul because I like that we have the connected universe and I like that we have a Joker and the Batman doing its own thing because that's something I would love for Marvel. I would love like, hey, tomorrow we're gonna do this Captain America movie that's not Chris Evans, that's completely separate. We're just gonna have fun with it. It's out of Canada.
Right.
Go, like that's what I did like about X-Men as well. But at the same time, I do if they say, hey, we really want a Justice League 2, we really want our end game. I think you do need someone watching over it a bit more with a plan, and that's why I just don't know because obviously we've been through a buyout already and everyone really got hopes up of like this could change everything, and then there was some people that liked it, some people that didn't. So like I'm more in the wait and see. Like, let's see what happens in 6 months. Even then, they still got a whole slate to come out. Like, lots of these changes we won't even see for a while. You still got Shazam 2, you got Black Adam. Like, we still got a year's worth of movies that I'm really excited to see.
It's definitely not going to be instant. And, like, that's the thing. It's like people, I mean, as much as it seems like Zaslav and crew are like, all right, we got to fucking make some shit. But it's like, all right, we got to, and I've said this so many times, and it's like, I wish I had a drop for Guns N' Roses. Just a little patience. Yeah. And I try to do my best, I'm trying to think of his fucking name. Axl Rose. That's who I'm thinking. I'm trying to think, it's like, hey, we got to like relax a little bit. And like, hey, if shit's going to happen, let's be a little patient. I mean, like, again, for the next 7 months after next week, Zack Snyder's filming a whole a 2-parter movie right now. Okay, let's not forget that. It's not like he's just going to drop that and be like, well, I got to finish my Justice League.
Sorry, movie. Netflix, I'm out of here.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be like that. I mean, I've always said that if they're going to continue his story, like maybe he can like go, okay, you do that and you do that. I have the foundation. Here's the storyboards. Here's stuff like that. Cool. That would, if bare minimum, that's what we're going to get is the fact that Zach is not going to be full on hands on. He'll be like a executive producer or maybe whatever the hell. If there was something that were to continue on with that, but it's like, hey, but remember, he is now full on Rebel Moon. 100%. We saw the image that he posted where they were doing test shooting. It's like, and then he's going to be doing that till fucking Thanksgiving. It's like, we got to remember that. So, and Sean, how much you looking forward to like a Rebel, like a Zack Snyder Star Wars? I mean, come on.
Well, the thing about it is that Zach has always been an unapologetic Star Wars junkie.
Yeah.
Right. And if not being able to actually get the opportunity to play in the official Star Wars sandbox, then yeah, let him come up with his own. Because what if he is the George Lucas, of this generation, and that he creates his own world that spawns multiple stories that are being told through. Because think about the way that like Star Wars now with other voices coming in, and you get people like Gareth Edwards who makes like a Rogue One, right? Like what's to say that Zach can't create something like that has all of his passion for the type of storytelling that was Star Wars, but not limited to the Star Wars universe. I think it's so freeing, and I think it has so much potential for what he's able to do, because we know it's going to look fucking amazing. And if he's able to just put half of the passion that he has for Star Wars into Rebel Moon, then God bless him. I'm glad that he's not getting put into the Star Wars sandbox, because
yes,
me
too.
Yeah, that wouldn't go well.
100%.
Yeah,
because they would micromanage him, and they'd be like, no, you can't do that, you can't do that. But now he's able to do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And we all want to see that. We all want to see that.
We all want to see that. And we got Mr. Ray Flightcast showing up. What's up, sir?
So first of all, asking fans for patience. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why? How do you? That's why. Why would you even?
I know.
That's,
you wish. You
dude,
wish.
Okay, no.
I am running to the bathroom. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right, go for it, Sean. You're good.
Since yesterday,
He scared him, Ray. He left.
I was just about to say that. Of course, he leaves as soon as I sign on. But like since yesterday, like okay, how long is the list? Okay. James Gunn, Jim Lee, Deborah Snyder, like all manner of who should be in charge. And it's like, okay, I tweeted earlier today. I'm like, look, you guys know that it's most likely that the person that's going to be put in charge of all this is someone you've never heard of, that has never trended on Twitter.
That tweet, and I was like, I completely agree. Nobody that we know is going to fucking take over that.
Because when Iron Man came out in 2008, no one knew who the fuck Kevin Feige was. I'm not saying that they need a new Kevin Feige, but he became a personality, because the MCU grew and they started to look into, who is this? But in 2008, no one's like, this is a Kevin Feige joint. Look at this. Good for him,
Hold on to that thought for a second, Travis. I'm going to come back to that statement. Because, but briefly, just really quick about Zack Snyder. Am I the only? There's a very good chance, at least for me personally, that as much as I have thoroughly enjoyed all of his work to this point, Rebel Moon is very likely going to be my favorite thing that he does. Because, and what I can't wait to this is the discourse I can't wait for. I can't wait until that comes out. And then we get this discourse. You know it's coming. I'm going to say it, and you're going to cringe as soon as I say it, but you know this is going to happen. This is what Star Wars, this is what the sequel trilogy should have been. That's coming. You know that's coming.
Oh, yeah.
You know it's going to happen. But no, let's circle back, Travis, to what you said. Because that is a sticking point. And I feel like today, we can bring some clarity to that statement here. We have the power, we have the capability for whoever's watching to bring some clarity to this statement. What does someone mean when they say DC needs a Kevin Feige? when you say that, Travis, what does it mean to you? When you say when that statement is said, what does it mean to you?
Yeah, because I know like you and Brent on Fans talked about that so many times as well. Or for me, it's not that I need someone with one creative vision, like, okay, all these films are mine, you do this, this, and this. And I'm fine with Feige doing that. I love the MCU. I think it's working out. Obviously, it's working. They're doing fine over there, right? They got a formula that's going. I just want someone where we talked about this on Twitter that, okay, let's say they do want, I said earlier on the stream, where they want to get to a Justice League 2, or they want to tell like a 6-film story arc. I do want somebody to kind of look to, okay, you are the leader of this. You are the one pointing to make some of the key decisions, not everything, but something that kind of a spearhead or a steerhead of the ship. That's what I'm looking for. That I'd say they do need in some aspects, not every aspect, but I do think they need somebody or even a group of people. It doesn't have to be one person in total, but just say, okay, this is where the buck stops, sort of deal. So. And I obviously you're going to get into, but I agree with you with it being a separate studio down the line. That is something that should very much happen. But I don't need, the guy needs to be in the editing room and, you can't do this and can't do that.
Yeah, you don't need to have somebody that's like Final Cut, that has Final Cut privileges or whatever the fuck, or, it's like, it seems like, like when it comes to Matt Reeves, it's like, oh no, that guy gets the Final Cut, stuff. He knows what he's doing. He's building a universe. We don't need anybody to like tell Matt Reeves what he's doing with that Bat universe that he's trying to like construct right here. But at the same time, it's like when it comes to other stuff, maybe, when it comes to connected stuff, there needs to be somebody who's like, hey, I got a flow chart here. Look at this, what's connected to Black Adam. What?
Which kind of like what Zach had with the DCU plan, like he had with Jim Lee and Jeff Johns. And I know that he is a director and, he's created his own story for his movies, and that shouldn't be his job. It should be the job of the whole producer, who is, the Kevin Feige figure, who should be the producer, the businessman who looks at the overall DC brand for like what it's going to be like for the next 5 years, what it's going to be like for the next 10 years. You don't just, make up random movies, greenlight random movies based on what's trending. That's not how you build a brand. And
so
yeah,
Kerry Vanderberg brings up a really good point, because I'm currently in the middle of reading this 2-part making of Marvel Studios, essentially the breakdown of how they put their stuff together. And when you say that DC needs a Kevin Feige, it's not just Kevin Feige. It's the team that's around him. Yeah. And Feige has brought up these producers in Lou Esposito and Victoria Alonso and Trin Tron, and they're people who are invested in the projects from the time of conception all the way through till the home video release. Like, they literally are walking through every step of the way. And some of the things that they brought up, and it's interesting because, when they talked about like, oh, Zach could have been this, but Zach isn't that. Zach is a filmmaker.
Yeah. Exactly. I hate it when people put Zach in that. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
He never should have been that. He never should have been. Now, maybe Debbie, but even not. Not, right? Because what they talked about a lot in these books is that early on in Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk and Iron Man 2, when they ran into problems, when they ran into obstacles in their storytelling, in the cutting of all this stuff together, other studios, past studios, would have farmed out the problem to other editors. You hire another editor, you hire a script doctor, you hire somebody to come in and chop it up and fix it. But Feige and those guys in the early days would say, nobody knows this material as much as we do, so we're going to be the ones who fix it. We're going to hunker down, and because we believe in the material, we love it. And DC has never had that. That's what DC is lacking. A board of, a small group of people who legitimately care. So when the name that I keep hearing that always made sense to me is Jim Lee, because I think Jim Lee genuinely understands the material and cares. Now, does Jim Lee know everything about how to put movies together? No. But if you pair him with people who do, he can be the Feige because he at least knows about the material and cares about the material and can keep people focused on that. So that's all I have to say about that.
So what this circles back to is, Travis, what I've been calling for like the last year or so, and what other people have, and I'm trying to get this hashtag to catch on. Hashtag DC Studios. Because when we talk about what Marvel does, regardless of how you feel about their process, regardless of how you feel about what they do, the bottom line is that when we talk about how they operate, it's Marvel Studios.
Right.
When people think about Disney, they think of Disney a lot of times in the wrong place. Disney's not the studio. Disney's the parent company that owns the studios. Lucasfilm is its own studio. Marvel is its own studio. That has never been the case with DC. DC has always been a subsidiary, a branch off of Warner Brothers, and it is far too big of an IP to simply be a branch of Warner Brothers. It must have its own autonomy, and once it does, then you can do this. Then you can have a Jim Lee. Then you can have some, and they won't farm stuff out to the other editors, and they can handle everything in-house on their own terms when they are their own studio with their own power. And now, quite honestly, I mean, they should have done this a while ago, but it is now even more the time because it is very clear that superheroes as a genre, not only is it arguably the most valuable genre to Hollywood right now, it's not going away. It's continuing to move forward and get bigger, especially with the advent of, now that everybody has an app except for Sony, now that everybody has a streaming app except for Sony, there is no reason that your most valuable superhero IP, your most valuable IP shouldn't have its own studio. So regardless of who's in charge,
actors and directors want to come over and play in that sandbox.
Yes, clearly they do. So regardless of who's in charge, we can have those arguments all the live long day of who's in charge. My number one thing, my bottom line, my non-negotiable that must happen, in my opinion, is make DC Studios. If you're just going to put somebody in charge of DC films and keep it a part of Warner Brothers, nothing's going to change. Nothing is going to go to the way that it should be. DC Studios has to exist.
And in that article, they said that they were toying with the idea of doing that, which might just be to gauge reaction from people. But I feel like they should have made a hard statement for that, because I do feel strongly about that, because I do feel it is necessary. And I don't believe that a comic book guy should go and be the head over there. I don't believe that, but I do think that would help.
How about Jim Lee? He should.
Yeah. Like Sean said, Jim Lee would be the perfect guy to have in that board.
Would be, yeah.
Because for Marvel, look, they don't just have Kevin Feige and these two people. They have a separate board who specifically works on the continuity aspect of the universe. They interact with other directors. James Gunn, has to go in to that meeting when Thor 4 is happening to make sure that both directors are not, keeping any holes in the stories. They need to have their story straight. And I know that the DC, different directors can make their own movies. That can happen. That's a good thing. But at least they shouldn't be too far apart from each other like BVS and Wonder Woman 84. So that stuff cannot happen. When that stuff happens, you can count on temporary success from some movies, like maybe Justice League will succeed, maybe Superman movie will succeed. But if you put out a Plastic Man movie or a Blue Beetle movie, nobody will go through it.
I forgot about the Plastic Man movie.
Yeah,
is that still happening?
Marvel Studios, is on their third Ant-Man movie. So
third Ant-Man movie, fourth Thor movie.
Just my experience alone, I'll just tell you about Ant-Man. I didn't know who that character was. Okay, so my experience with Ant-Man was I saw the poster. It looked interesting with that ant, growing and all that thing. The first poster, it looked interesting, but it's Ant-Man. Like, it was totally ridiculous, right? But I saw that the Marvel Studios logo was on it, and I went and saw the movie, and it was a great movie. The first Ant-Man movie. So that needs to happen for DC as well. Like, no matter what you put out, people should, feel the need to go out and see the movie because it's a DC movie, not because the trailer looks interesting or because the poster interests you. They need to feel, interested in any DC movie. So that comes with consistent success from the DC brand.
The only thing I'll say about that, Casey, is that I still will posit that the general audience, by and large, does not care about labels. They see superheroes as one
Wonder Woman
big
and Marvel,
genre.
kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
and they keep waiting for Spider-Man to join the Justice League.
Yeah,
people have told me that.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah,
So,
the Flash would be crazy.
More people in the general audience today can tell you facts, about Marvel Studios movies today than they did 2 decades ago. Marvel was nothing. DC was the leader, since decades.
But to be fair with that though, Casey, DC was the leader with 2 characters for 34 years. Mm-hmm. They made their heyday with just those 2, which is part of why they're having so much trouble now, because they can't get out of their own way when it comes to either of those characters, especially the one in the red cape at this point in time. So,
and thankfully that was in there.
Right. So it's a situation where in many ways DC is almost, they're having to not necessarily like relearn, but like learn how to like branch out, which is weird because and the problem is that because there's such a legacy, Marvel didn't have that legacy in terms of live action. And on top of that, the crafting of the Marvel Cinematic Universe was in such a way that, remember, they started without their A-listers. They started without Spider-Man. They started without the Fantastic Four. They started without Daredevil and X-Men. Exactly. Those were at other studios. So it was a situation where they had to start with the Avengers and build their way up. And they did it phenomenally the way that they did. And now they're in a position where, yes, as you said, it's household. Marvel Studios is to superheroes as Kleenex is to tissue, as Netflix is to streaming. It is in the general audience's eyes. The perception in terms of the marketing is absolutely there. In Warner Brothers' case, in DC's case, they spent 40 years building their legacy on 2 characters, and in the last decade or so, they've tried to bring the others in, and they have fumbled it. They have stumbled here and there, and they need to get a more consistent plan with that, because it's almost right, exactly.
Yeah.
And so
there's a show coming in like 18 years. Don't worry.
Right. Yeah. But
I know,
but
right?
but it's a case,
unofficial Green Lantern as well.
right? But it's a case where they've got to figure out that balance, because it's almost you know what it's like. It's like heavy lies the crown. You have like 2 of the big guns in your stable for so long, and you've built such a generational responsibility with the 2 of them, and now you have to figure out a way to bring everybody else in while still maintaining that responsibility to them. And that's what they've had trouble with over the last 5 or 6 years.
Exactly. And it's like, even pointing to this is like, when you look at that 2011 Green Lantern movie with Ryan Reynolds, like, oh man, there was like a lot of things that were like, oh, that works. Ryan Reynolds, yeah, that could work. This could work. And then all of a sudden it was like, when you hear about all the behind the scenes of like, the script was still like, being constructed as it was happening. They didn't know how they were going to end it and all this stuff. It was like, oh yeah, it was like, I remember even when that came out, I'm like, oh yeah, this is DC's answer to Iron Man, because Iron Man is not the main, person that you think that would start a whole franchise, but it did. It was like, all right, we're going to get our hero that's sarcastic and, whatever the hell. And we're going to create something about, with that, we're going to create a universe. And it didn't work because they were too busy reacting to it. I mean, and that's what happens when it comes to this kind of stuff. It does, it gets reactionary, but it, does it work sometimes? Maybe, I guess you could say, when it comes to Captain America Civil War, reacting to Batman vs Superman was a thing that worked out. But Green Lantern reacting to Iron Man? No. No, it didn't.
Another great example is...
Sean, did you want to say something about like that whole thing?
What's that?
About like that, how like DC is like reacting to things or something like that?
It seems like so many of the different studios were chasing after the Marvel model necessarily and this goes all the way back to what we started talking about in the beginning of this, of DC not necessarily needing to overhaul everything that they're doing, because to a certain extent, they have gotten themselves to a place where they are doing their own thing now, moving forward.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I feel like this ability to invest in directors, and I hope they continue to do this, and let those directors tell the types of stories that they want to tell without fighting for continuity, whether it be Todd Phillips, who makes a Joker film, and James Gunn, who makes a standalone Suicide Squad, which parlays into a Peacemaker.
Well, even in that article, I don't mean to cut you off, Sean, but even in that article, they talked about secondary characters, how they can be beneficial. Like they talked about the Joker, like how these secondary characters can be profitable, and that very much was. Yeah.
Absolutely. And think about the higher profile characters who they haven't even touched on in terms of like Nightwing. Like Nightwing would be a tremendous franchise, to launch. And it seems like they're doing a little bit of it on the TV side, with Doom Patrol, and there is a Superman and Lois. A lot of people do talk about Superman and Lois as rebooting the character. But all of these studios are trying to figure out a way to balance streaming and theatrical. And I think DC is in a good place if they just keep figuring out a way to move forward. And I think that they will. But don't overhaul, just continue to build on what you're doing.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that.
Yeah, I think
I love Ray's suggestion for DC Studios as an isolated property where these creative decisions can be made in-house. I love that idea.
Sure, that and I remember seeing a tweet from Eric Davis. We all know who Eric Davis is, and he said that, like, hey, just trust your filmmakers. Trust your filmmakers. Invest on what you have right now. And if one day that Snyder can come back and do something too, or even if they build on top, which they are, which I always would say that what Muschietti's doing, he's building on top of that. What Juan was doing, building on top of that. Even Jenkins, even though like they took like a wicked left turn when it came to 84, but at the same time, still building on what he built that foundation. He what?
Peacemaker had Justice League.
Yeah, and it had 2 Justice League members that Zach cast. I mean, regardless of what you think about it and like the context of the scene, I thought it was great because I was like, hey, there you go. There's Ezra, there's Jason. They did it. I mean, yeah, it kind of sucks that the others weren't there, but at the same time, I did like it back and forth. Yeah,
he filmed it.
He did. Yeah. So
so it just going back to the DC Studios idea, like it just eliminates so many issues that they have had, not the least of which being their biggest issue being communication, truthfully, because even if 100%. Even if you remain, because I agree, Sean's right, don't overhaul everything because you're in a good place now.
Especially with Batman.
Absolutely. Well, and that's one of the concerns that fans have now is that if they overhaul everything and essentially start fresh and try to build this shared cinematic universe, that we're going to lose stuff like Reeves's Batman film. We're going to lose things like Todd Phillips' Joker. I don't think that you can't make a sound financial argument not to continue those because of what the success that they've had. And so that's where you have to strike a balance. And it's easier when you're trying to do that when your studio is separated from all the rest of Warner Brothers issues and all the rest of Warner Brothers pressures. Because the problem is when you try to build that council, like with Alonso and D'Esposito, or when you try to build that council of producers along with the boss, but they've also got to worry about the entire rest of Warner Brothers, like the other producers did. They get the comic book stuff gets lost in the shuffle, and you end up bringing in a council that doesn't care nearly as much about source material, doesn't care nearly as much about the IP as they should if they're going to get it right, subjectively speaking, of course. But and that's been the issue. Like when it's just DC Films, all of the Warner Brothers pressures from everything else gets heaped onto it, and it just becomes part of that machine. It needs to be its own machine. So that listen, all the producers working on Dune and everything else can worry about the Warner Brothers stuff. The DC people can worry about the DC stuff, because the DC stuff is not going to go away. And you need it separated away from whatever other chaos is going on in the Hollywood structure with the rest of the studio. You need it to have its own controlled chaos within its walls, which is what Marvel has had for 14 years under Disney's purview. Kathleen Kennedy doesn't bother them. The rest of the Disney film divisions don't bother them. And Feige doesn't have to worry about anything other than Chapek trying to get ScarJo to sue him. That's all that's it. Other than that, like, he is focused solely on his studio's goal. It just makes all the sense in the world. And then you can also keep the communication insulated so that if you have creatives that are doing different things, because it's all the same one studio separated from the rest of Warner Brothers, now it's a case where, okay, within these walls of DC Studios, Juan can shoot this email off to Gunn and they can talk to Jenkins, and it doesn't have to be like a meeting, but it can be just a, hey, this is what I'm doing. Hey, that's what I'm doing. And it's all within the purview of DC Studios.
And it was like that at one point, which was good. They were communicating with each other, and that's how it should be, because look, they are planning to build the cinematic universe, so they have to be in contact with each other to know where your story is going. You don't have to follow the exact sequel to your movie, but
right, we don't need an Infinity Saga.
Yes,
we don't need that. But continuity absolutely is necessary.
Well, I mean, remember back in the 90s? I mean, come on. Who watched Batman Forever when Val Kilmer's Bruce Wayne was like, "Where are you going to go? The circus should be halfway to Metropolis right now." I was like, "Oh!" I was like, "Metropolis!"
Dude,
oh my god!
Dude, even like Superman Returns, when the reporter is like, "Reports are coming in from wherever, Boston and Gotham." She said Gotham, and my buddy turned to me and was like, "Gotham." I was like, "Yeah, right.
yeah."
Ray, you bring up a really great point in terms of Lucasfilm. Like, they've got a pretty good core of people, and they still can't figure it out. Like,
that is true.
Kathy Kennedy, Dave Filoni, Jon Favreau. Those guys are like, they know what they're doing in terms of storytelling and filmmaking, and they still can't get movies off the ground.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing, and Travis, you totally should speak here in a second. But like, here's the thing about that, Sean. I think in Lucasfilm's case, which I'm on the island of there are no bad Star Wars movies. I am on that island. I like all of them. But it's all subjective. But I think that Lucasfilm's issue is kind of it's kind of similar to DC's issue. And in fact, a lot of the issues that they've had with their movies, DC has also had. You guys brought up Rogue One earlier. We know what happened with respect to reshoots and how that ended. And we all know what happened with Solo. Solo was like a version of what happened to Justice League, only it wasn't as much of a bomb necessarily. Like they're not going to go forward with it. But so, and I think part of the issue is, like I was saying before, how in Warner Brothers and DC's case, they can't get out of their own way because there's a lot of history and there's a lot of expectations heaped upon, the heavy lies the crown. I think, unfortunately, Lucasfilm is in the middle of that, where it's heavy lies the crown, and they feel this obligation to the nostalgia. They feel this obligation to the Skywalker saga, and they are not necessarily willing to deviate from that, which is why you get into these scenarios where, okay, we were going to go, the director, the creative is going to go in this direction, and then Kennedy and the others say, well, no, let's fix all of this and change it back so it connects back to what everybody knows and loves, right? Let's make the ending of Rogue One, which I loved, but it's the fan ending. It is. It's the fan ending to the movie. As much as I love it, it's not the daring ending. It's not the experimental ending. It's not the risky ending. It's the safe ending. It is. It's the safe ending that we all know and appreciate. And I just think that they have an issue getting out of their own way in terms of satisfying those expectations while trying to push the envelope further and do any new things, which is, you could say the same thing about DC with respect to listening to people tell them how much Superman should smile and, what should happen with these characters and that. Like it's very much the similar issues there, and I think maybe because they're owned by Disney, somehow they can get away with it a bit more than DC can, I guess. But yeah,
That's one point. But I think the main thing, the difference between DC and the Lucasfilm thing is that despite how they are making their movies, all of their movies made over $1 billion. One of them made $2 billion. The only disappointment, quote unquote, they had was Solo. So that's the only roadblock they had. Despite everything that happened with Rogue One, it still was profitable. It turned up money. So they're not as. That's also like I bring up the the profit and all that, $1 billion and all that, because it's not just about the movie making money. It's about people reacting to Star Wars in such a manner. Like they are putting in nostalgia, but that's what people are seeing. That's what people want to see, regardless how many how many times people are complaining online. That's what's making the most money. So maybe we are sending the wrong message to them. Maybe we should not show up to those movies as much as we are. And another thing that when you brought up Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, right? So they have not been involved in the movies until now, and they started with The Mandalorian. So that has been a very big success. Like everyone now, it's like that's the starting point of the streaming Star Wars universe, whatever. So it'll be interesting to see that how they play out, because it seems like Jon Favreau again is another person of that type, of the Feige type, that has been since Iron Man 1. He has seen the MCU. He has been in those circles. He has seen what works, what doesn't work. So he's trying to bring that to Star Wars, which is a great thing. Like you have experience, why not experiment it? And to work with him, Kathleen Kennedy, the villain of Star Wars, told Filoni that you have to work with him. So they are both working on this universe. One is deep into Star Wars lore. He is a big fan of George Lucas, so he's trying to bring that in. So you have this duo that's working on the streaming side of Star Wars, and it's been a success so far. Next is Obi-Wan, and I'm sure that Obi-Wan is gonna be even bigger than Mandalorian, because that's an OG character. So far they have been, they made 3 things in Star Wars on streaming, and by the looks of it, they have been successful. So after Obi-Wan, I think they might be tapped on to do the movie side of things. But as of right now, I think they are not focusing on the movie side because it's too risky right now. Even The Last Jedi, like that's the most hated one for a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
Even that made over $1 billion. Who's to complain about that?
Yeah. Travis.
So,
Travis,
Well,
speak up,
and-
please.
And like,
Your
yeah,
two cents.
Casey
I think
said
Sean
exactly
hates
what I was
that
gonna. He said exactly what I was gonna say, because I think that's how they got away with it. I think if you would have had Force Awakens, Rogue One, and then Solo, and then all of them started to perform like Solo, there would have been a lot more shuffles. There would have been a lot more, hey, Kathy, what's going on here? But because, like Casey just pointed out, Last Jedi, right, came out very divisive. Oh, this is gonna kill Star Wars. The next movie that came out after it made $1 billion. So it wasn't that divisive, at least for the general audience, that they were like, oh, I don't think I love Star Wars anymore, and things like that. So Star Wars is so interesting. For me, I'm very torn. For me, Obi-Wan is a big thing coming up that I really want to see how it goes, because I was somebody when, you never know, because reports come out. Some are true, some are not, some are in the middle. But I wasn't a big fan of hearing the whole Deborah Chow maybe had a different story that she wanted to do for Obi-Wan, and Filoni and Favreau were kind of like, yeah, but you could do this, or you could do this. And that's when it starts, when we talked about because I would understand the Book of Boba Fett, Mando season 1, 2, 3 spinoff. Sure, I don't think Obi-Wan really has much to do with Mandalorian, right? So it's strange for Favreau and Filoni to be like, oh, but you should think about maybe not Darth Maul. How about Darth Vader? And wouldn't it be great if the Inquisitor came back? And again, I could be talking about my ass because it's just stuff we read online, right? But if that was the case where, she had a vision, they kind of went, but it'd be better if it fit into this mold. That's when you go, we're getting in that situation where Deborah Chow maybe wanted to tell one story and we might not get it. Now, I may love Obi-Wan, but even the actor that played the Grand Inquisitor today, like Ray was referring to, he's like, there's tons of cameos and tons of Easter eggs. Fans are going to love it. And the thing is, tons of fans are going to love that. But then there's a whole other side of like, oh, man, I really wish we would get away from that and just evolve. Because all I want is, I want Obi-Wan a la Logan. I want an Obi-Wan show where he's just depressed and
Fuck
he's dealing with what has happened. I don't need I'm still the person that I don't need him fighting Vader again, and I'm really not a fan of any of that. So yeah, Obi-Wan to me is going to be a big telling point of I'll always be excited for Star Wars. I saw Star Wars as a kid. It's always going to have a place in my heart, but I've always said like it's the level of how excitement I can get. And Boba really hurt that for me. And Obi-Wan, if it is just another, look at this de-aged actor and look at this. I don't know, but yeah, because like Casey said, because they've been so successful, they can get away with it. But even then, that's why we talk about the Overhaul DC. They've been pretty successful the past little bit. Like Dave pointed out Aquaman. Yeah, sure. Batman didn't hit $1 billion, but it's a fucking huge, massive hit that's making tons of money. It's going to make them more money down the line. People are excited for other things. I think Black Adam with The Rock is going to be a massive hit. So it's like they maybe have a little less pressure on them right now if these movies keep performing well, which I think the upcoming slate will for the most part. I don't know how Shazam 2 is going to do because I know we talked about that before, but that same, what is it, the same week or the week
same
before
day.
Avatar?
Yeah.
No, it's the same day. Same day
I
as
just,
Avatar.
that one to me is a head scratcher. I get it that people
the
see different
Shazam
things.
franchise has been cursed, and it sucks because I love Dave Sandberg so much. I mean, did you see what he posted today? He was like,
It was
good.
fantastic.
The Batman thing,
It was
the
fantastic.
Batman thing with all the pow, and then the fucking it was so great. And I'm like, I love this guy, and it's like he just seems like when it comes to release dates, his movies get the shit end of the stick. It's like, because you watch the first Shazam, and I'm like, this is a great Christmas movie. I love, it's in my Christmas rotation now. But it came out in fucking April. Like why?
Like 2 or 3 weeks before the biggest event in the Marvel Cinematic
before
Universe.
Endgame, right after Captain Marvel. Oh, I just don't get it.
I'm gonna punch out. I'm gonna
go.
go.
Yeah, I figure I was wondering, Sean. I'm like, I know it's getting late for you, so but you know what, man?
Stream,
yeah, thanks for joining. I know I didn't want it to be an uncomfortable thing when it came to asking certain questions, but I think this was a great conversation, man. I think
Dave, you and I are always good, my friend.
Oh yeah,
you and I are always good.
Doors always open, my friend, always. So go ahead and promote.
Anyone wants to know before I bail?
Anybody?
Have a good Easter weekend. Have a good Easter weekend.
Yes, have a good Easter weekend. Yes, it is Easter this weekend. Jeez,
Honestly, Dave, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. I love what you do here. I'm a huge fan of the Vodka stream, and
I appreciate it, man. And promote your book.
Success, everybody. Oh, With Great Power. It's on Amazon. Check it out.
There you go.
New Spider-Man book. Follow me on socials. I'm going to plug it consistently. So
yeah, there you go. All right, thanks,
everybody.
John.
I appreciate it. Bye, guys.
All right, see you later.
Fuck that. Right. No, I'm just joking.
I love that. Woo, man, that was
no, that was from the outside because I was just putting the kids to sleep. You guys had a good conversation and I was so curious because I saw the guests. I was like, oh, how's this gonna go? And then I saw the chat and I was like, this is gonna be very interesting. But I think it is, like I said before, it's like that's the best way you guys have it. And I'm guarantee you there's people in the chat that feel differently or don't feel differently at all about opinions they may have on them. But that's a much better way to talk about it, and just like you and at least someone you could point to, like, hey, this is his side, whether you believe it or not, or you agree with it or not. Watch this hour interview and take from it what you would. So I thought it was I was gripped the whole time. I was like,
trust me. There was I was watching the chat. Even got like a text message or two, like, whoa, this is getting. I'm like, it was kind of funny too because I wanted to be like, all right, Sean. I mean, when this whole thing when we planned to have a Vodka stream with his, promoting his book. I hit him up probably like a month and a half ago, or maybe even 2 months almost. And I was like, hey man, when you want to come on, promote your book. This was before, things really got controversial. I mean, he's always been a controversial character when it came to the Snyder fandom, of course, but I never let that, it didn't matter to me. I don't care. I just want to have conversations with people. So then he hit me up this week and I was like, well, I don't have a guest, because I've been so busy. I haven't even tried to reach out. So yeah, let's do it. And I was kind of pondering, I'm like, oh man, how is this going to play out kind of thing? And I'm like, and it got to the point where I was like, all right, I mean, I have to ask him about certain things. I have to ask him about the turning red controversy, and then of course the Ray Fisher stuff that added to it. But I didn't want to like start off, right when he bumped this. So Sean, about I wasn't gonna do that. And I saw people in the chat, dude. I'm like, shut the fuck. I even saw somebody who has a YouTube channel himself. Patience. I'm like, give me. You know what? We're gonna talk about his book. We're gonna talk about things first, and then I'll get to the fucking conversation. I'm not going to come off right off the bat with the heavy hitting questions. I was going to lead into it.
Well, it's just because I had no clue until like an hour ago who your guest was going to be, and then I saw the Twitter post. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I saw the post and then I read the responses. I was like,
oh fuck.
Yeah.
Me too.
Shit.
I was like, oh boy.
Okay. What is?
And
I don't know.
Can I say something? Like, and this is nothing for Dave. This is something they can hate on me. I've never understand let's say Dave posts this tweet out and other people respond. Why are you sharing the same tweet? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? They've seen it. You responded to one person. You
exactly.
Don't post it 15 times.
They kept on showing the Ray Fisher tweet.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes, I know about the Ray Fisher
Dave's
tweet.
audience knows about this. They know about it.
We all saw it. We all saw it and or responded to it, myself included. And it so it was one of those things where I was like, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, we're all friends here. We're all gonna be honest.
Exactly. Yes.
I'm sitting here like I'm not 100% certain what I'm gonna do if Dave sends me the link. I don't know what I'm gonna do because I've called him out before, dude, many times.
And Ray, I was completely going, I don't know who's gonna show up tonight.
Right.
I mean, I hit up KC and I'm like, you showing up? And he said, yeah. And then Travis, he hit me up and said, oh yeah, I'm actually available tonight. And I was like, cool. And I sent him the link. But, when it came to people, I was like, I wasn't sure. Ray, you were one of them. I was like, I wasn't sure if you're going to show up, but I always send you a link. And I was like, hey, if you want to come on, you don't have to. I get it.
Well, it comes down to what you said, though, in terms of like, you're not going to hit him with a sledgehammer when he comes in.
No.
And the thing is one thing that I think, as far as fandoms in general, this is even more like prescient now because of this whole Elon Musk thing in Twitter. Because like so many people freaking out over that, and it's like, okay, guys, you know what? It's funny because Travis. All right, when it comes to this, we had a disagreement a while back about the importance of Twitter when we were talking about spoilers.
Yes.
And you made a comment about how, maybe Twitter shouldn't be, don't be on Twitter for so much of your life, so long, right? And all that, right? And we disagreed on that with spoilers. But when it comes to like real life and when it comes to fandoms, oh no, that's absolutely true. We place far too much importance on the app. And the problem is that when you use an app that limits you to 280 characters and eliminates all context whatsoever, you are free to make whatever assumptions and whatever like compulsions you have about what somebody has said. So when he tweets something or when he writes the Turning Red review and tweets it, all manner of hell breaks loose because everyone it's very different than when you talk to him, on camera, like face to face, like having a one-on-one, because then there's context. Then you hear how he sounds. You see how he feels, whatever it is. It's a very different environment than Twitter, that damn cesspool. So,
and we all make snap judgments. We all do that times on situation. We talked about last time I was on here with the Ezra Miller stuff, right? It's like some people, whether they're for him or against him, right away they've already had an opinion created. But like that's where you got to just step back. Okay, like this, like give it at least a chance. At least even if you say, hey, I still disagree with him or I still don't like the guy, then you could say, I watched this, I listened to this, then sure. But if like Ray's saying you base it off a 280 tweet, then no. And that's the same thing. I've seen mutuals before getting like real fights on Twitter because of just something. I always say like if you feel like there's a real fight starting, take it to the DMs or something like that, because the tweet thread thing is never gonna resolve anything. It's good for conversations and stuff like that and fun stuff and talking about ideas. Like Ray, we were doing that earlier this week when that article came out. Like, oh, what would you like? What do you like? But you just gotta be careful with it. You know, social media is tough. But no, I thought you did good with the interview. And like Ray said, you can't come with a sledgehammer, because then the person would also just feel like you are deliberately bring them on just to like grill them and like get like almost pop a rating. Like, oh, right when Sean gets in, I'm gonna hit him with like the gotchas. Like, no, because it would also make you look bad in a sense too, because yeah.
And at the same time,
you said
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, when you the same thing you said, he's a controversial figure in that thing. Like you were talking about earlier, there's people that probably view you as a controversial figure as well, right? There's a camp that view you as an enemy, you know. So
Dave, controversial? No.
Nah, not me. What are you talking about? No, but it was just like all right. But the first thing first is like, all right, he's got a new book that he wrote. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Spider-Man. We're going to talk about all kinds of stuff. And it wasn't even almost like till like an hour in where I was like, all right, let's now get into the nitty-gritty, where I'm like, all right, let's talk about the Turning Red review backlash. And then that was going to lead into the Ray Fisher stuff. And I'm like, there you go. I mean, like, I wasn't going to just start off with like, so what the fuck, man? You know, I wasn't going to do that. You know, I'm like, I like Sean. I like Sean as a person. He's I've had, he's been on the Vodka stream twice. We've had great conversations. I like the dude. So I'm like, all right, let's get into him. But and I think he was very much, and he even said, he was waiting for that, because obviously he saw when it came to the social media stuff, he knew that there was going to be those questions that were going to be asked. And then he answered them. He answered his side. You know, he's like, this is my side of the whole situation of both of that, the Turning Red review backlash and the Ray Fisher stuff. He totally, and that's what I wanted. I was like, that's what I want people to hear, is his side, you know, so then we can get more of a, hey, we got Ray's side, we got his side. Hopefully we can get some more information when it comes to this, you know. It's like, it's just adding to the dialogue, I guess you could say, when it comes to this whole situation. So
yeah. Well,
the only thing I regret is now making a Turning Red joke, because I was thinking of
you. Yeah. Oh yeah,
but the I was like, okay, not appropriate. So
yeah. I remember like you're like, oh yeah, we should, the relatable kind of joke, like relatable. Relatable jokes. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like we talked about his review on the Vodka stream a few weeks ago when it happened, and I told him that, I'm like, everybody in the panel agreed that the review was tone deaf, which he agreed was like, yeah, it was. I shouldn't have posted that. It was all in the wrong, you know, he agreed that it was tone deaf. But at the same time, we didn't think that he was like this racist, misogynist person, especially when you look at the past reviews that he's given. Like I said, I was like, dude, you thought Soul should have been Best Picture of the Year, which Ray, have you watched it yet? No. You need to watch it. You need to watch it. How have you not watched it, Ray?
Because do you know how long the list is? Do you know
how
long the list?
I know, but this is so up your alley. It's jazz, man. It's so up your alley. You gotta watch it. It is so good. And I agree. It's
I gotta ask you, Ray, of that year. About the list right now. The way, are you just like every time you have a movie you add it, or is it alphabetical, or do you have an order of what you want to watch the most to least right now? Like, what is the preference of like how you're going to get through this list?
There is no order. It's so unwieldy and so big. You know what it is? Okay, quite honestly, I'm being 100% with you. I've gotten into this point where it's like, okay, if I'm really going to like dive into the content creation stuff, I'm just going to use this as a motivator for me to. This is the only reason I'm watching Moon Knight weekly, because I'm doing a Patreon show for it on my own Patreon that I don't even know how many of my patrons are listening to it, but it's allowing me. It's like, okay, I have to watch it because I have to record this show. So that's part of like, and I did it with Book of Boba Fett. Honestly, it was the same thing with that. That's why I was watching that weekly. I'm probably going to do the same thing with Obi-Wan. And so like, it's now becoming like, I'm trying to like, it's starting to like be my organization, like in terms of like how I'm going to get through all of it. But the problem, Travis, is that it's movies and television.
Yes.
And it keeps adding. Like there's no slowdown. Like
every week there's another amazing show you have to watch.
Right.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, Ray, I mean, the fact that you like jazz, I mean, it's just a movie that you need to bump up. As it's so good.
Yeah, well, and even like again, even in the case of Turning Red, the only reason I watched it was literally because of his controversy.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
I wasn't gonna. It was gonna end up being on the list at first, and I was gonna watch the Adam Project, but then after all that happened, it was like, okay, no, I'm watching because they came out the same weekend, so it's like, all right, I'll watch this, and so that's why I ended up watching it so that I could talk about it and have a frame of reference about it and record some stuff about it. But
I think we all kind of agreed that it was like, yeah, I mean, we kind of saw his point. I mean, yeah, did he go too rough with the Jesus Christ, like the whole like,
at least, At least he didn't do it.
Like we enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed the final act a lot in that movie, but the first two acts, maybe not so much.
I mean, at least he didn't do what the dude earlier today did. We see that whole thing with the whole turning red and 9/11.
The 9/11 thing.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I heard something about that, but I didn't research on it. What was that about?
A YouTuber criticizing the movie because there's no mention. It takes place in 2002, and there's no mention of 9/11.
Oh my god!
At all. Talking about how people were paranoid worldwide, and how come there was no mention of it whatsoever in the movie.
That's what that was about. Yeah. Oh my god! Get out of here!
About a panda girl who wants to see her favorite concert. That's not the time
with
for that.
a favorite boy band. It's not supposed to be devastating about a. Oh my god!
A Chinese Canadian girl going through puberty, and you want her to freak out about 9/11.
Okay, which is not even in her country, by the way. It was
but that was part. But that was part of his argument. It was worldwide. The world was paranoid.
Well, of course it was, but why would we want that in a Pixar movie? What the fuck? Like, why would you want that in a Pixar movie? Jesus Christ.
And even it's even not accurate because I remember like sports got canceled for a week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it did happen.
I remember that.
They all came back. Football resumed. They did. They shut off the no-fly zones. They couldn't have like planes fly over stadiums for a while. But like sports resumed. I remember that was the thing. Like that November, all 4 major sports were happening in the same day, and that had never happened before because like because everything had gotten delayed. But life resumed. People went on.
And I remember like a week or so later, Saturday Night Live. Like, remember they had that opening where they were like, hey, people with everything. And then all of a sudden, like, I think it was Lorne Michaels, like, can we be funny? He was asking, I think, Giuliani at the time, because he was like, can we be funny? He was like, yeah, we're good. Let's get back to normal. Yeah, that was a devastating, like, a world event, especially a country event. But it's like, let's get back to the norm. And they were like, can we be funny? It's like, yeah, of course you can. That was that whole thing when it came to Saturday Night Live during that time.
Yeah. So
why would you want to put that in a Pixar movie?
At least Sean didn't put that in his review.
No,
because that's a couple bridges too far. But no, it's just, when you read it, like I said, because you don't have the context of the guy like in front of you, like, you can't see on his face, like what he's saying when he's writing the review. Right. So you make the assumption, oh, well, he's this or he's that. And it's like, okay, there's 2 reasons why somebody would write a review that way. Either one, they just literally are speaking personally and don't necessarily, it's almost like, I mean, not ignorance in the sense of stupidity, but ignorance in the sense of he doesn't realize what he's doing, which he probably didn't, at the time. And then there's the people that do it intentionally. And unfortunately, the inclination, because, we love extremes, is to immediately assume that they did it intentionally. Oh, he was intentionally being racist. Oh, he was intentionally being this. And it's like, no, we can't assume that unless we ask him about it and he doubles down. If we ask him about it and he doesn't double down, well, then you can't assume that he was whatever. You need the further context. And so many people just wish to toss aside context altogether and be like, whatever, it's the way that I saw it originally.
It was also good that even today he came and admitted that it was probably wrongly worded, and he admitted that he didn't need to do that today. Like in the heat of the moment, maybe for the for Cinema Blend, whatever, he might have faked it or whatever. But even today he didn't need to do that, but he admitted that it was wrong and it happened. So there's nothing anyone can do about it now. It just has to fade away.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then and then that's why I was like, it was like when I was thinking about the conversation, how it was going to go, I'm like, well, obviously I'm going to ask about the backlash about that, and then I'm going to lead into the Ray Fisher stuff because obviously, and I'm just a person who wants to know, like, what's your side. That's all I wanted to know. It's like, I want to know your side, because as sure, I hear things in the behind the scenes, but I didn't hear much about that. I heard maybe a little bit. It was like, well, okay, maybe there's certain things, and then I was like, all right, but at the same time, it's like, people will, especially the fandom will say like, oh yeah, but he cashed in on his release the Snyder Cut book, and I went, okay, but was anybody else going to write that? Who's you going to write that, Mr. 13 followers? Are you going to write that too? I mean, like, who's going to write the book? I mean, like, the fact that he wrote the book, and like, if you read the book, it's very well done. I mean, he reached out to so many people, everybody through the fandom at the time who was like a part of this whole thing. And he has, so many, he did his due diligence. That's why I'm like, I will always praise that release, the Snyder Cut book. And I think, when it comes to his new book, I'm like, I'm sure it's going to be something great too. But, but at the same time, it's like, when you see stuff like what Fisher posted, you kind of go like, okay, well, maybe there was some shady stuff because he does work for a website. So I wanted to get his take on that whole thing. And he gave that take. And I'm perfectly okay, cool. There it is. Now we can all process his side of the whole thing. And maybe we can get another side from Ray at one point. I don't know.
And I didn't want to ask him that, but he kind of made me ask that. I was talking to him based on, what was being said before and all that, but he just, what do you want to ask? I was like, oh shit, I didn't have a question, but sure.
I wasn't like, he said that at the end, but it's like, no, I'm not going to ask any questions. You've said more than enough. It's all good. We don't need, because that's the other thing. It's like, when people are like, they want you to like grill them at the beginning. It's like, that's not why we're fucking doing this.
No,
we don't want to have it. Like when arguments and shit. I think people on some level, and I know people on a number of levels think that I get on Twitter with the purpose of arguing. Like I want to argue with people. It's like, no, I really just want to share my opinion and see who agrees or disagrees. And if you agree, great. If you disagree, well, let's have a civil conversation on what we disagree about, like Kevin Hart having a successful career. Oh, I saw that, Travis. I saw that. And it took me every fiber to not respond and back you up. Because I was totally going to back you up on that. But I said, nope, I'm staying out. I'm leaving it alone. Travis is fine on this.
No, I've had that revolving door conversation with him, and he's on my podcast network. I love the guy, but it's one of these things that he extremely dislikes Kevin Hart. But the thing is, even if you dislike an actor, a singer, a comedian, there is factual evidence to prove whether someone's a success or not a success, and that's what it was. Of like, I'm not even the biggest Kevin Hart fan, but he's done lots of great like films, like box office wise. He sells out shows. The guy's a star, like he's not going anywhere. But yeah, and I try to stay out of it. If they follow me on Twitter, if you ever see me drop the Adam Sandler Uncut Gems I Disagree gift, I want to keep going, but I step away. And that one, not so much because I know, okay, me and him are friends. I know we're kind of having some fun right here. But with most people, if it's someone, especially that I'm not following, I usually don't even respond. I try to go away because like, this might not be worth it. But Ray, you're always fighting the good fight, so I appreciate
I'm with you on that perspective, because as anyone will tell you, as Brent I'm sure would tell you, few things on this earth make my skin crawl more than when someone tells me that the Marvel Cinematic Universe is the gold standard. I hate that, and I hate the inflated perspective that people have of that franchise. By the same token, I can't call it unsuccessful.
No,
I can't call it a failure. No, most certainly not. It has been a massive, rousing success for 14 years plus, and continues to be such, regardless of how divided people's takes on Moon Knight are. because I guess there are divided takes.
I like Moonlight.
I like the show. Through 3 episodes, I really dig the show.
How's everybody feeling about that? Casey?
I really like the first episode was good. I know everybody was raving about the first episode, but I liked it a lot, but I didn't like it as much as the second episode. The second one was just, we had Moon Knight action, we had 2 or 3 costumes, and it was really good. Oscar Isaac was also amazing in that. So, and there was, going to Egypt, there was Arabic music playing and all that. So
I love the music. I love the music.
Yeah, I just love it.
Good.
So it was so amazing to see. I've been saying this for a while also, that phase 4 is also something kind of experimental from Kevin Feige, which I did not expect. And,
it's the most experimental phase out of all the phases. There's no question about it.
It's good that after the saga is over, you're trying new stuff and doing that. I'm someone who likes Eternals a lot. I loved that movie. So I'm kind of sad that, the sequel might not happen, but that was also another experiment. And I applaud Feige for doing that, because that's one thing that they get criticized for a lot, that they do the same thing again and again. And while there's some truth to that, it's not necessarily true, because you have like movies like Winter Soldier, and then you have, Ragnarok. So there are different movies, but it's still, the characters kind of feel the same. But now in phase 4, you have different Spider-Man, you have Moon Knight, you have Wanda, who is, I don't know, going to be the villain, I guess, in the next movie. So
I saw a funny tweet where like somebody posted like a gif of like, I don't know what it was, but it was like, this is Doctor Strange when he saw Moon Knight and what is his name?
Khonshu,
like fucking with the sky. He was like,
that's the only thing I was kind of, I wanted to actually ask, maybe Travis could answer this. What was happening in that scene, and does that not affect everyone else? Because as the scene started,
that too.
Yeah,
I was seeing that only Oscar Isaac and his girlfriend was there, so maybe it could be happening in his head, but they showed other people there.
Other people saw the sky move. Do you think Doctor Strange saw that?
Yeah, but he might be getting fucked up by Wanda right now, so he might have time. Like, he might not have time. He might be like, "Oh, the sky's moving, but I gotta fight her."
How does that even
while he's doing shit, he's like, "Wow, why the fuck does the sky look like a fucking
Am I
painting
doing that?
right now?"
Is she doing that?
Yeah.
To piggyback off of that, I had this thought popped into my head during the temple scene. Because quite honestly, I love the last episode. Like, so many people were like,
the last episode was really good.
So many people were like that this third episode was meh, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really like this last episode.
What are you watching?
But like the temple scene, it hit me. I was like, okay, so in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, we have the Norse gods, right? We've got Thor and everybody and Loki and Odin and everybody from Asgard, and now we've got the Egyptian gods, and we already kind of saw a little bit of it with because the goddess Bast is in Black Panther, and there's a whole thing there with the afterlife, right? And now we're seeing the actual representations of the Egyptian gods, like Horus and Isis and Khonshu and all that. And it's like, this is a very polytheistic world where like all the gods that could possibly exist are real in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and we've seen them. We've seen 3 movies of Norse gods and more, if you count Avengers, in action, and now we're seeing Egyptian gods in action. That would scare the shit out of me. Like
I love
every god. Real?
Yeah.
But the good thing, most of these gods are like, you know what? I'm just gonna sit back and let stuff happen. We're not really gonna get involved, like Eternals
that's
and whatnot.
something.
Like,
we got our little avatars. We got our little avatars.
Right.
I just want to watch my sports. I don't care about these things.
Our bodies, our human bodies that we possess when we feel like it, so that we can talk to each other in temples. And
dude, I love that.
But that was like the part of that's the part of what's going on with Mark. That's like my favorite part is like, because like the anguish. I mean, the fact that it's very clear that the reason he's even an avatar is because of how fucking damaged he is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like he is a mess. And you see every time Khonshu took him over, it was painful. Like not necessarily physically painful because everybody else is fine, but he's not handling it well at all. He is When I ask him, it's like, "Are you well?" And "Are you unwell?" I am, and he's just very shakily. "I am unwell." It's like, son of a bitch, I buy this. He is a wreck, and just delving into that further.
He's doing amazing.
That part of the whole story is what is really engaging, is the fact the personalities, and I love the fact that the last episode was a very much Mark episode, and Steven was, he was in the reflection, and they needed him because they needed, like, oh yeah, we have these artifacts. Steven knows all about this shit. Let him in, and Mark was like, no, kind of like a no. And then, and it's funny too, because anytime like each of them do, summon the suit, it's a different suit. It's like, it's when Steven does it, it's, hey, it's Mr. Knight. I'm the suit. I got like almost like a Deadpool kind of thing. I have a suit, and hey, look at me. And then when it's Mark, it's the actual Moon Knight suit.
I see you shaking your head, Travis. I know why you're shaking your head. I have a feeling.
Go for it. Talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I will say, like, Casey is right as far as them being experimental. It's great because I do think it's after Endgame, which you got one of the biggest movies in the world. You can kind of do that, right? Like, let's say they put out a few of these and they miss. They could afford a few misses before people be like, "What's wrong with Marvel?" And of course, nowadays it's a meme when it's like, this new MCU project is the newest. Like, it's not like anything the MCU have ever seen before, right? Like, we see that a lot. But to go back to WandaVision, to me, that was one that fit that bill. That was one where when WandaVision came out, this was not like anything you'd seen in the MCU. It was completely radically different. Where to the fact that I was surprised that Feige and team did this, So with Moon Knight, the way I say it is I think it's a very good to great show. I just always personally admit that I have a lot of baggage because I was a big comic reader of him, and the stuff like Mr. Knight I very much prefer in the comic books, where Mr. Knight he's a whole different personality. He's not Steven with a suit. He's a whole separate person. He's a detective, but he's the best way to describe him is kind of like a nicer Hannibal Lecter. He has that demeanor of he's scary, but he's very friendly at the same point. But as you can see in the show, he's not like that at all. The same way Stephen Grant, he's a billionaire, movie producer, where this guy, he's
So
this
show is even further a departure from the comics than I might have thought it was.
The same thing. The love interest has changed the same way as Mark. The way when he gets the suit and it's Moon Knight is also a different personality. It's not Mark changing into Moon Knight. They're separate people. So that's where it's, for me, there's things that I've wanted to see for years. When I was a little kid, I'm a huge Batman fan. So of course the whole like, oh, he's the white Batman. Maybe that's why I did like him, because I saw him in a video game and like, look at the cape and look at that. But then once I started reading, like, oh, there's all these different personalities. It's very dark and twisty and very Hannibal Fight Clubbish. And that's why I think I preferred the first two episodes more, because in episode 3 for me, we're getting more of that grandiose, like, potential world ending stuff. And for me, that's where I wasn't the biggest fan of Eternals. But for me, one of my biggest problems was I didn't like that almost directly after Endgame, we have a planet ending scenario again. And I think you should try to save those for those big team ups, because if the world becomes at stake every movie, you lose those stakes very quickly. And that's my worry with this show. I liked it when it was just Mark trying to figure out, okay, what's going on with me, this personality. There's probably Jake Lockley coming in, but now it feels like we're going to have lots of fighting for, we're gonna have lots of fighting.
He did show up already, I think.
Yeah, so
a lot of people are suspecting that he showed up already.
Yeah, I think he will. Yeah, I think that's the case. So but I can separate and say the show is really
good. There's a moment where Mark goes, "Well, who did it?" or something like that.
Yes.
It was like,
yeah.
And
everybody kills the guy. Yeah, him and Steven both didn't have anything to do with it.
So that's another personality.
Yeah, he's a taxi driver.
Three personalities.
Yeah. In the comics, he acts as a way like he's on the street level, so he kind of hears people's like idea. Like if he hears something, they don't know Moon Knight's hearing it because it's just some cabbie hearing it, And it kind of morphed because when Moon Knight started, people don't know this. When he got his costume, he was a mercenary named Mark Spector. Some guy gave him this costume and said, "Oh, put this on to hide your identity." There's no Egyptian origin, this and that. Later on, it got really turned into all this, and the character kind of got rebooted. So that's why at the end of the day, I can look at this and go, okay, this is just another adaptation of that character. So I'm not mad. I just like a tad disappointed. There's elements I really like from the comic books that have kind of been put away. And I get we do that in the MCU. I think the other thing that disappoints me too is that it seems like it's just going to be a mini series. And I just don't want Moon Knight just to be Hulk, a team up guy. I think there's lots of potential, but at the same point, I love Moon Knight, and there's so many people now that are like, oh, I want to read Moon Knight. I want to look into it. So that's a great thing too, because when you
Always
asked me
great.
10 years ago, will I see a live action Moon Knight? I probably would have said probably not, or not while I'm alive.
Who would have saw that? Yeah,
Well, it's interesting, Travis, because like I said, like going into this, like I've not read a single Moon Knight comic. No, most that I know about him is literally what you just said in the last 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
But like after watching the first episode and enjoying what they did, I was like, okay, I just want to continue going through this show like none the wiser. Like I don't want to make those comparisons. I want to I want to see this play out myself because I enjoy what they're doing. And I feel like there are some fans that like cringe when they hear somebody like me say that because they're like, well, no, the character was this and the character was that. And, there's so much they're doing it. But at the end of the day, as I think many of us have said, this isn't just a Marvel thing, Travis. Like for any of these properties, Marvel, DC, whatever it is, all of these shows and all of these movies are Elseworlds. Yeah. All of them.
Oh yeah.
And there is, there's going to be tie-ins and there's going to be like connections. And there's going to be Easter eggs, but you shouldn't treat it as though it's like, devout, like from the source material. It is a different thing because it's got to appeal.
It's inspired by.
Exactly.
I mean, that even goes back to like the whole meme of like when Doctor Strange saw the sky move. It's like, well, this could be an Elseworlds thing. It's like, did Doctor Strange really see and Wong really see go like, what the fuck's going on with the sky? I don't know, some asshole's like doing some shit. It's like,
but forget about seeing the sky. What's actually happening in that scene? Is the Earth moving that fast?
I know. I was kind of wondering about that too. I'm like, how do they do that? It was a great scene. It was a great scene because obviously, like when it came to Khonshu, like trying to like he's all because the gods even said if you mess with this guy again, we're gonna imprison your ass. And then he was like, and then when it came to the scene, he was like, fuck it, we're gonna do this. And then and then he's like, all right, we're gonna fucking like get this consolation and whatever the fuck. And then, of course, at the end of the episode, spoiler alert, anybody who hasn't seen the episode, yeah, he gets imprisoned into a little, statue. And it's like, yeah. So awesome, they weren't fucking around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm so intrigued by it because I love the fact that when we saw the gods' avatars that were like, oh, this is what's happening. This is the whole concept basically of this whole story is the fact that we have these gods and then it's almost like a video game. It's like The Sims almost like, hey, we're using these people to like talk for us and everything like that. And I just kind of love that because it's creepy as shit, first off. And I'm just liking how dark Marvel is kind of going right now when it comes to this, hey, there's a lot of blood in this fucking series.
They'll edit it out in a couple months.
I know, yeah, like Falcon and Winter Soldier.
They'll edit it. They'll edit it and then claim it was a software issue, software problem.
Like Ray was saying, though, like the good thing with me and Moon Knight, all my comics are still here. All those adaptions I really love are still there, and that's a good thing. Hopefully, with the MCU, these characters do carry on. And that something might happen. You may see something adapted like I want to or something like that. But at the end of the day, I guess the only thing that bums me a bit more is because now with DC, I kind of know, if I don't like this Joker or Batman or Superman, whatever it may be, probably in 5 to 7 years, it's going to be rebooted. MCU, on the other hand, reboot, that may happen one day, but I think we're still a little off from that. So it's not like, in 5 years, I'll get another Moon Knight. It's like, no, I'll probably have Oscar Isaac till my kids are going to college,
Well, and that goes into part of the legacy thing too, Travis, because Marvel is still like, it's almost like Marvel is still building their legacy because when you really think about all their characters, the ones with the longest legacy, only one of them has just recently, within the last 5 years, been put into the franchise. The other characters that have the longer legacy in live action, the X-Men and the Fantastic Four, aren't there yet. So, and they're probably still a good couple years away, because they want to try and distance them from the legacy that Fox built them in over 20 years, which I really love and miss. I love those Fox X-Men movies. I think, it's also why they're going to do Fantastic Four first, because I think a lot of us are like, okay, we're waiting for a good one, subjectively speaking, we're waiting for a good one. But because of that, these other characters are still so new, right? Like the Avengers are like only, if we're talking about in the grand scheme of perception, people have only been Iron Man fans since 2008. They've only been Captain America, Hulk, and Thor fans since 2011 or whatever, whenever they first showed up on the scene, right?
Decade, yeah.
And now so you have that, right? But then you add in Black Widow, you add in Hawkeye, you add in Ant-Man, you add in like Doctor Strange and everybody else. This is all so brand new to the point where they're not at the point where there's so much of a lore that they can start having multiple versions of these characters. Mm-hmm. Conversely, with DC, how many Batmans are we on now? How many Supermans have we had?
Right.
And we're not just talking about on the big screen, we're talking about on the small screen as well, right? Like there's decades of just passing the torch. How many Jokers have we had? How many Riddlers? So many different versions of these characters for generations. That's why, if one doesn't work, okay, reboot. They're used to doing that. Marvel is not used to doing that yet, and they don't need to for a long time.
That only happened with Spider-Man.
Well, and even in the case of Spider-Man, like that was just so that they could integrate him into their world. They didn't have any they didn't have any, no connection at first to Toby or Andrew, like initially. Like they're connected to it now, but only through their version. So it's just he's the exception.
Yeah, I also think that in this new experimental phase that Feige is not being that tight with his continuity stuff as he used to be, because you have stuff like, Peter Parker's can come in and everyone can forget it, but no other movie can, needs to acknowledge that. Mm-hmm. And the Eternals are doing
in the sky now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the Moon Knight thing.
To be fair, Casey, he didn't always get the continuity perfect.
No, yeah,
because
it's kind of tight. Like it wasn't like we can do this huge thing, but we'll never acknowledge that. That never happened before.
Well, if you look at the build-up from Iron Man to Avengers, that was a very loose continuity, and there's end credit scenes that don't even make sense. You got the the Hulk end credit scene.
It does not
Iron
make
Man's
sense.
talking about putting together a team, right? But the next movie, Nick Fury's like, "You're not fucking cut out for this. Like, you're not on team." Like,
right.
Yeah.
Well, and also remember too, like there was like the deleted Hulk scene where like he like goes to kill himself, and before he blows his brains out, he turns into Hulk, and then he breaks the ice, and there was literally Captain America in the ice.
Right. That turned into a line that Mark Ruffalo spoke in Avengers.
So I think when we get closer to another like Avengers 5 or the next big team over, I think that's when Feige's like, okay, we need to crack down and make this a bit more tight, because these are leading. Like, how do you make Captain Marvel $1 billion movie? Well, you got to make it really in line with what we have going on right now. But I don't foresee a huge crossover. What are we in 2020? Like at least to like 2025 or something like that, because these projects, they're doing well on Disney Plus and film. There's no rush, and it makes, when we do get Avengers 5, it makes it that much bigger. The longer you wait, it builds that mystique of like, oh, maybe they're not going to do Avengers, and when they announce, it's like, oh shit, look at this. So I think he will tighten down at some point, but right now, like Casey's saying, there's not too much. He doesn't need to. Like, there's tons of stuff that you can just throw by the wayside for now.
And make no mistake, the biggest thing that is influencing both Marvel and DC right now is the streaming age. And you like, for all of it, I know the theatrical purists hate this, but unfortunately, this isn't subjective. Their focus is streaming. We're going to see
Zaslav has said that when it comes to
absolutely. He's made that abundantly clear. And there was the second article that nobody read with the interview where he was talking to Oprah Winfrey. The one that I definitely read.
I read it, yeah.
And I'm totally going to talk about it on my show tomorrow, where she asked him if the future was like one big streamer, and he responded affirmatively. It's like, okay, no, that's his focus.
It shows like, remember when they like had the initial Warner Brothers Discovery logo, and it was all like, oh, this looks like we're in fucking, what are we, like Stepford Wives, and we're in this crazy simulation, Eureka. Anybody who has not watched Eureka, please watch that show. It's great. Anyways, it's an old show from the early 2000s, Sci-Fi Channel. It's great. That's what it reminded me of. But then when they changed the logo to make it look like HBO Max, I was like, yeah, that shows you right there that they are focusing on streaming more than anything else.
And it's absolutely the same with Disney, which is why, I mean, okay, I know everybody's excited because we got 4 MCU movies last year, but that was not their plan. They did not want to release 4 movies in 6 months like that. They did want to release 4 shows. That was part of the plan. And now we've got, Moon Knight is the first of at least 3 shows this year, right, in concert with the movies. But everyone's focusing on this. Everyone is all about the apps. We're going to see more of a dedicated effort and energy into the Disney Plus stuff, into the HBO Max stuff than we have seen before with respect to the theatrical stuff. So yeah, that is absolutely driving this, and most certainly we'll see more like expansions of that before, like you said, 2025 before we see like the next big crossover.
Yeah,
Travis?
I think so. Like at least minimum, I'd say. Yeah,
we will have multiple seasons of a particular MCU show before we get to that. Yep. We will, no question about it.
Yeah, and to wrap up this stream, so did we all see the Keaton Batman, the bat suit? Did we all see
but
that?
Warner Brothers copyrighted strike my eyes, so I don't remember it anymore. But
yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, that's one of those pictures. It's like, and post that at your own risk, man. Yeah. I don't.
Oh, that's why I said that. I said that too. I was like, hey, I know this leaked out. You guys don't post it because you're probably gonna get pulled. I don't know if people did get pulled, but yeah, it did leak out, and it's like, well, holy shit, and I mean, yeah, it's out there. And to be honest, if people are complaining about it, the way I look at it is like, did you not see how the previous 2 bat costumes
what are the complaints? Have you guys heard complaints?
That it looks like cosplay, that it looks like from Party City or whatever the fuck.
Watch the fucking Burton movies again.
I know.
What the hell?
It very much looks like a third version of a Michael Keaton Batman.
If he had done Batman Forever, that's the one he would have wore.
Yeah,
with a black belt.
Like that. Something like that.
I mean, the symbol is from Returns and not from the original. The boots are the same.
I know. I wish
the cowl's the same. Like, what the? How did?
Okay. My favorite thing about the photo is though, like, because it's clearly a leaked photo of just him taking a picture, and he just has like a little smirk, and it just kind of
yes, I love the smirk. I love it though.
I'm Batman. Like, it's a funny thing, but no, I think the only thing that I'm not negative on, but it's just like a matter of life. It's just because he's older, he's a bit smaller now. So when I saw it, I was like, it looks a little smaller than I'm used to, because I just thought Keaton's suit was just so wide and big. But at the same time, not that I go by set photos. When I saw set photos of it, it looked great. So I'm just expecting it to look good. I want to see it HD, moving around, everything. But I'm expecting it to look fine, and I'm happy Michael Keaton hopefully will be in the suit. Quite like, obviously he's in the suit in Batgirl, he's in the suit in Flash, so I really can't complain, because that's something obviously it's not Batman Beyond, but I think I'm like everybody where I was just pitching like, man, they should do Keaton and Batman Beyond like any day now, and this isn't that, but just Keaton coming back, like, it's a dream come true. So the suit, sure, looks good. Looks maybe a little more like darker black, I'd say too. That's the only thing where it looks very vivid, but that could also just be whatever photo camera they're using that moment, the lighting, like.
Well, and he was against the white background too, so
it's pure white. So it's like, of course he stands out. Yeah,
and like, honestly, like my first, like, because I follow the Batgirl news, the Batgirl film news account, and they because it was an open set, they were posting everything all the fucking livelong day from Glasgow. So like, some of it I was like, okay, I'm not watching this. I don't want to watch this video. I don't want to know. But like, there's a scene like from their pictures of, and I don't think it's Keaton. I think it's a stunt guy in the Keaton suit. On set there. And so like, my first thought seeing this one was like, all right, it matches, it lines up. Like, I don't see any massive difference. So, okay, cool. But yeah, I don't know what people were expecting, because if we've all seen 89 and Returns, what is so different about that? I mean, like you were saying, Travis, like it does look a little big on him. But if you go back to '89, the cowl looks big on him in that movie too.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. It's like we always talk about like the fact that can he turn his head, and I'm like, maybe he can a little bit because there are some grooves when you look at it closely. There's some grooves in there. I'm wondering if he can at least do this.
I would hope they'd update it on some level in 30 years. I would.
Yeah, no,
his
like,
sanity, you know.
Yeah.
I
don't know. But it was just kind of like surprising when like, oh shit, that came out because, you know, behind the scenes stuff maybe like that was like passed around, but I was like, whoa, that
like,
got passed. Yeah.
Like you guys have talked about before, then Sean and Dave were talking about earlier. That is going to be the unfortunate thing that with the big Flash delay is I think a lot of stuff will accidentally just come out.
I am very concerned about that.
Yeah, like obviously that comic book got delayed, but easily someone could get something like that and post a pic like that. That's what's going to be tough. So I think this will get quite a bit spoiled. Good thing is with the internet is you might think people might be making up bullshit. So you might see a spoiler and you go, oh, that might not be real. So that's why I'd say every spoiler you see, if you don't want to be spoiled, just say it's not real to yourself and move forward. But that is a shitty thing, especially just because it's June. It's over a year. It's so
right?
far.
Over a year.
I don't want. I'm really like I'm terrified that we're gonna get to like No Way Home levels with these spoilers. I don't want that. I don't want that at all.
It's gonna get to that.
I do not want Campy or somebody to like tweet the watermarked image of whatever.
That was so ridiculous.
I don't want that. I really, and I'm not saying he'll do that. I'm just saying I don't want that to happen. I don't want to get to that point. And so, but it's unfortunately because of the delay. Yeah, it's but you're right though. The other end of that, Travis, is the possibility for that's going to ramp up, but so are the lies. The lies have already ramped up, truthfully. Like all manner of spin. This is getting erased and that's being changed. No, it's this. No, it's that. And it's like, I am not ready for another fucking year of this.
The movie could change a lot as well.
Oh God, yes. From a test screening, absolutely. Yes. There's so much.
That's what makes it tough, though, where we just had the Batman, right? And how did Barry Keoghan's casting get leaked? From a test screening. So that was that's how everyone traced it back was, oh, he's in there, and everybody started dropping. Like everyone thinks they drop like a Joker card or like a smile, and like, oh well, I'm not really giving away who Barry's playing. It's like, yeah, you are. It's a Batman movie and it's a fucking clown smile. Like I know what you're inferring. So that is the problem where, okay, we just had a Batman or a DC movie recently where a huge casting, that was the point of origin to the point where his brother was like, oh, they finally announced he's playing the Joker. It's great. Like, and that's what could happen though. Some script could happen like that too with the Flash, and a lot could change. But at the same point, that's what is tough with these test screens, especially now being so far away. But like I said, hopefully we got other DC stuff will kind of like overshadow it, and we'll just like talk, not spoilers, but just be like promotion and talk. But a Flash Lego might come out and show a character. Like, anything can happen now in the next like year times. So
yeah, so we just gotta bury ourselves in Black Adam news and
pretty much
Shazam news and. I guess Wonder Twins is going to start. What Wonder Twins is going to start? Filming because
they got the cast, the main of Wonder.
I got the guy from Riverdale and
somebody
from 1883. Like I'm like,
I was like, I don't even know who these actors are.
I have no opinion. I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
I don't have an opinion either. But show me a movie if it's good, fine. It's like it's one of those things. But when it comes to the Keaton Bat suit, I'm like, all right. It's what I kind of I thought it might have been a little more Kingdom Come, but at the same time I'm like, is this suit supposed to be something where it's like more of a flashback? I don't know. There's going to be many surprises when it comes to all of this.
I think the general audience who remembers that movie will know who he is, and I think that's also part of it. Is like there has to be some recognition where like someone
it's the cowl that really is that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, the cowl, and I'd also say the symbol too. The symbol is also
that yellow. That's the thing. And you know what? And I even said like when I saw them for the first time, I was like, you know what? I love the fact that the yellow oval symbol is back because obviously in the past decade we've just been getting a full-on fat, Yeah,
They
it's
have
been
gotten
well even longer than a decade. Even with Batman Begins to now, it's all been fucking bat on the a fatter bat, no oval that's on the chest. And I'm like, you know what? It's just kind of nice to get that yellow oval again. I don't know. There's just something about it. I'm like, that's cool. It's back.
I hope I live in a day where I get a live action Batman that is like the yellow, blue, and gray. I really want to see that.
Yeah.
I want to see a filmmaker make that work because it's
gonna happen.
I think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, and
It'll
I think
happen.
It will, and I'm looking forward to that day.
And quite honestly, I think the Batfleck is kind of the precursor to that. Because I didn't even think we'd get that look. Like a cloth look, like that type of where it's not a rubber suit or something. Once we got that, I was like, oh, okay, well, no, you can go. We'll get the gray and blue at some point. I don't know when, but
when we got that first image of Batfleck, people just lost their shit. I mean, that was like years ago, obviously, but I remember seeing it too, going, "Oh my god!" Like they did it. They went with the whole fucking like, "Oh my god, this is like it's not the traditional Batman look. It is like a comic book, big time look. It's not a big rubber suit, and everything like that.
He's
like,
actually ripped." I'm like, son of a bitch, what did he do? How did he get to that size?
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. I mean, I don't think we're gonna get that same reaction. Obviously, we didn't. Oh man, I love the fact that Scott just joined in right now, and it's like we're about to wrap up. Oh man, I was getting to a point where we're wrapping up, Scott, but I love the fact that you just joined in right now. How was Fantastic Beasts?
Actually, I'm going to be honest with you. It's the best of the 3 movies so far.
Wow, that's good.
I mean, you can understand. I thought the first movie was I fell asleep during the second one. And this is actually the first one I actually saw in theaters because I did a double feature tonight. Because I saw Duel first, and then I walked across the lobby and saw Dumbledore.
How was Duel? That's what I want to know.
How was that movie?
Okay. It's an odd little duck of a movie. I'm going to say that.
You watch that trailer, like, holy shit.
Yeah. It is a movie that I like. Mm-hmm. I found myself snickering or snorting several times, but it's definitely not going to be a movie for everyone because the director obviously gave the actors very specific direction. Like, everyone in this movie, play the movie this way. And I can see that not working for everyone.
Okay.
I picked up really quickly what they were going for. So I just went with it for the rest of the movie. And then, like I said, there were several times in the movie I would go, or go throughout the movie.
So do you envision somebody like, a massive like Doctor Who or Nebula fan being disappointed because they went to go see that? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is by no means a quote crowd pleaser.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
of a movie. This is a little odd duck of an indie film.
Yeah. It's so weird because I live like a small town in Canada, and for some reason, this past Wednesday, we got an early screening of Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. But I have no show times at all for Duel coming up like for the next like 2 or 3 weeks, like nothing at all. And it's just like it doesn't make sense sometimes. But no,
but
I want to see it. Yeah.
How was that movie?
If you've liked Nick Cage, that's what I said in my non-spoilers review. If you've liked Nick Cage at any point in your life, you have to see this movie.
Yes.
It delivers on everything you want. It has like a Marvel, Star Wars, DC quality of like the Easter eggs and little shout outs to just specific moments of his career. It's fantastic.
I think I saw the one where he has like the gold guns.
Yes. From Face Off.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a great setup to all that. There's multiple things, but honestly, like Nick Cage is great, but the person that steals is Pedro. Pedro is so fucking good in it.
I love that.
Yeah, he's so charming. He's so lovable. His comedic timing made me want, like, I need to see him in more comedies constantly because but honestly, I had a would I put it on it's one of the 100 greatest movies ever made? No, but as far as a fun experience, me and Taylor, we were just laughing the whole time. I had a smile from pretty much the start to the end. It actually has emotional beats that make you care and maybe well up a little bit. So no, it definitely see it when it comes out next week. It's worth the time. It's probably one of the most enjoyable movies I've seen.
I can't wait. I love Nick Cage so much. I watched The Rock even recently, and I'm like, just preparing because I was like, I'm probably going to see Ambulance soon, which I did see last night, and I didn't do a first reaction or anything. And I just tweeted out, I was like, Michael Bay, Droid, Cam, that's all. That's all. Because he...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. Anybody who's seen Ambulance, you go, oh, there's shots where you go, oh, Michael Bay has the new toy.
This is the most minor spoiler. There's just a part where Jake Gyllenhaal's walking down a hallway, just a hallway with a group of people, and there's a drone that goes over their head, under their feet, between their legs. And it's just and I like some of the shots, but man, you can tell he got a drone. He definitely got a drone, and he loves using this thing because he's going crazy.
There were so many unnecessary drones. Shots, but I loved it. I was like, fucking
it was
Michael
so
Bay. Yeah,
it was so Bay. And I've had this conversation. I think, Dave, we were talking after Fanimated. I was talking about how what I like about Ambulance is that while there's Bay ridiculousness in it, it's more. And I'm gonna I love that I'm on YouTube. I can do this. It's as real, it's realistic for a Michael Bay movie. The only other more realistic Michael Bay movie is probably my favorite of his, which is 13 Hours. That's the one that's as grounded as Bay gets.
And after watching it, I'm like, okay, because it didn't have it wasn't Undercover 6 or whatever the fuck Underground.
6 Underground.
Yeah, 6 Underground. Sorry, I couldn't remember. Yeah, it's not that. It's not that. And it does make you go, oh yeah, I could see this really happening, even though everybody, the three mains are absolutely beautiful. It's oh yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal is this guy who robs banks, and obviously, and then you got, You got Yaya. It's oh, he's struggling.
He's adopted brother ever.
Yeah, he's got. I know, right? And then he's got to pay for his wife's fucking surgery, and it's but dude, you're just fucking look at you. And then all of a sudden you get this EMT who's what's her name, and she's gorgeous.
Isaac Gonzalez.
It's just wow, everybody's just gorgeous. But at the same time, it's you. But you know what sucked about my screening? The audio was fucked up in my theater.
Oh no.
It was fucked up because the background noise was so amplified. It fucked up the forefront audio. So there was times where we couldn't even understand what the fuck did they say? I don't know. And we even complained to the theater. We're hey, the audio's messed up. And then some guy well, I walked in there and it sounded fine to me. And I'm do you not hear how
some guy just wants to shift over? He's leave me the fuck alone, film junkie.
Yeah,
I just want to go home.
I know. That's the thing. That's the thing. Is what am I supposed to do? I'm
yeah.
but there was literally when there was no background music, the audio sounded like you were sounding that they were in a fucking big huge stadium, and it was echoed. It was echoed.
Oh wow.
And then when there was background sound effects or music, it just fucking overpowered anything that was in the forefront. And we were what the fuck? I mean, yeah, the theater fucked it up I can get I enjoyed the film, but at the same time I felt I was fucking high. I was Jesus Christ. I'm just hearing nothing.
Oh, no, I saw it in IMAX.
Yeah, see?
And because I did a double feature. Because I did a double feature last week where I saw Ambulance and then saw my second showing of Everything Everywhere All at Once. So this has been this great. I know, so good. But then tonight, Travis, to your point though, not only is Duel only playing in one theater in my entire town, that one theater is only showing it one time a day.
Dude, that's up. I hate that shit.
So it's literally the only time you can see this movie is at this one theater, and the only time they're showing it is at 8:15 at night.
You have to survive a duel. You have to survive a saw.
So
trap
I went tonight because it was all I had.
Wow. Yeah, it was surprise saw trap. Yeah, no, I mean,
sucks,
If there was a Thursday night viewing of Duel, I would have went to that before, but there was nothing. There was like nothing, and I wasn't gonna see Fantastic Beasts because I haven't seen any of the other ones. So I was like,
I haven't either.
yeah, I'm not
Right.
big on the Fantastic Beasts. I'm not even big on Harry Potter. I've said that many times. I've seen like the first 3.
How are you the film junkie?
Oh, fuck you, Casey. Come on. Hey, there could be a franchise
all I know is
that I
that
don't
I
like.
got you this weekend. And of course, I got to get through this weekend, and then next weekend I'm having another weekend like last weekend when there's 3 movies coming out. So I've got so next weekend I've got a Thursday night ticket, and I have another double feature on Friday.
You see, Travis? You see how the fucking list gets to where it goes? It won't.
I know. Oh yeah.
It won't fucking stop.
And you got to see the new stuff first, so you can be in the conversation.
Or lest I be like I am now, where it's like I can't share the joy of any of the shit you guys have seen.
Because Thursday I'm going to go see Massive Talent.
Yes.
And then Friday, Liam wants to go see The Bad Guys.
Yep.
So we're seeing a 6:45 of The Bad Guys. I'm going to take him home, tuck him in bed, go back to the theater to catch a 10:30 North.
You're not going to take him to North.
That's the thing. Yeah, I want to see the.
No, not taking my freshly minted 9-year-old to Northman.
Oh, come on, man! You got to break them into the realities of life.
If I ever get killed, son, this is what you have to do for me.
Traumatize them.
This month is packed though, like pre-pandemic packed.
Oh my god,
dude!
Tell me about it. It's 2 or 3 movies a weekend. I'm like, dude, we went March where I just saw the Batman for 4 times, and then I got April where it's like I'm like having to like sell a kidney to like cast a spell to be able to see 2 or 3 movies in a single weekend.
But then it's funny, like after Strange in May, it has that kind of drought again.
That's what I was telling Scott. Like the last time we did Batman, I was like, you know what's great about the month of April is it's all original shit. There's no cape shit. It's not cape shit that is in April, and I love that. Before we get the big crazy fucking multiverse movie that's gonna take off of us, No Way Home. I love that. I'm like, we get all this original shit.
Well, because it's almost
thank you, Captain Gator Girl, for the $5 super check and said, "Fuck Harry Potter."
Yeah. Well, I mean that could be someone that is not happy about all the other controversy involving the franchise, which I understand that.
True.
But I checked out of that. Like, I mean, when we saw Deathly Hallows Part 2 in theaters, it was like, all right, okay, cool. That was the end of it for me. And then a couple years later, like, oh, but there are these movies. Like, for me, just mentally, it was like, no Daniel Radcliffe, no Emma Watson, no Rupert Grint. I'm out.
But that's a good thing, right? Because they're doing something different, and it's not like they're nostalgic.
Yeah, but it's a prequel. Like I'm not like against prequels. It's just that like if you give me 8, especially if you give me 8 movies, especially if you turned the last book into 2 movies and made that a thing that franchises just started doing, because they like totally played off of that. If you've given me 8 movies over the span of more than a decade, and then you're like, okay, we're going to give you new ones, but they happened before the 8 that you just saw. No, it's almost like how, you know what it would be like, Casey? It would be like if you had the original Star Trek, the original series, and then instead of doing the Next Generation, you did Enterprise first, and then Next Generation. No, that wouldn't work.
But they're good movies.
I'll tell you what made this movie really work was Jude Law and Mads Mikkelsen.
Yes.
Every scene the 2 of them were in, which thankfully was a lot of the movie.
They're both fantastic actors.
Yeah. They also nailed the 3rd act. I liked it a lot. The whole plot was also pretty good, but the 3rd act was just, it gets you back into that Harry Potter lore. Oh. So that's probably one of the major reasons why a lot of people would consider this the best one out of the 3. To me, I'm still going back and forth between the first one and this one because I like the first one a lot. The second one is widely accepted that, it's not the best one. So it's between the 3rd and the first one. I think in my review also, I said that the same thing. When I saw this movie, I was like, this is definitely going to be everyone's favorite one out of all the three, because it has all those feelings of, you know, being inside a Harry Potter universe rather than being
It's
just about
also-
Fantastic Beasts.
And Casey, I want to ask you this, because I was talking to Amanda Reviews today, because I was like if I was going to do double feature, and I've been seeing some very mixed reactions to Secrets of Dumbledore. It's weird though. It's like you can watch this movie and you could pretty much not have seen the last movie for the most part.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I was wondering.
No,
Absolutely.
I mean, you
They don't
almost
even care to
almost could
explain
not
how
even
he
have
looks
seen the
different.
first one.
Hmm.
No,
You're like,
yeah,
this movie really does feel like it kind of fills you in on what you need, so you could really just walk in and watch this movie and be
they
good
have
to
a
go.
character with my favorite worst accent that I've seen in quite a while. Just give you the entire plot in about 3 sentences of the last 2
Yes,
movies.
they do.
They
I
literally
picked
do
up
that.
on
The guy's like, "You don't know me," and she's like, "Yeah, I do." And she says the whole 2 movies like, "I guess so," and then they move on with the rest of the movie. You're like, "Okay, I
It
guess
kind
that's
of-
what we're doing."
That
Kind of
that
feels
was
like they
previously
did a
on.
soft reboot with this. Yeah, kind of feels like they did a soft reboot with this one, because they kind of brought the attention to Dumbledore rather than keeping
Yes.
it on Newt, you know, because those movies were cool, but I think a lot of people were just not caring. Like Ray said, why the fuck should we care about Newt? You know, especially when it's not this whole big battle thing. It's just about Fantastic Beasts.
And to be
So,
clear, Casey, it's not against the cast, because I mean I know
Yeah,
the
yeah.
cast, and I'm like, oh
They're
no,
good,
this
yeah.
is a great cast. Just I have no connection to them whatsoever. Whereas
that's where they, I think, brought back a lot of it with this one, because it was, I think, maybe this is somewhat controversial to say, but I think this movie kind of elevates even Harry Potter's lore a bit because of Dumbledore. They did some really amazing things with him. And Scott, I totally understand that. Dumbledore definitely was, and even Mads Mikkelsen was amazing. My question is, did you feel the difference with, you know, Johnny Depp and him? Did you feel like, you know, did you feel that connection was lost, or did you feel nothing at all?
I guess I personally just blanked
I didn't
out.
feel anything at all, simply because
No, you go ahead, Scott. You go ahead. So
sorry. I didn't feel anything at all because obviously the movie doesn't even like the movie like let's be honest. The first movie you saw him turn from Colin Farrell into Johnny Depp. Like that was a, you know, they made a point about that. This movie is like, no, he's just Mads Mikkelsen.
Nope.
Yeah.
You know, nope, we're not even going to worry about it. Just he's Grindelwald. Let's just move on with our world.
See, in that part, like at some point down the road with the list, I'll watch them, Casey. I will. When I get to that point, quite honestly, that won't bother me because I was already used to
Might
it.
not even go there, because I don't think they will make more.
Well, okay, but these 3, I'll watch them at some point. I'm a completionist when it comes to franchises, and I do like the Harry Potter franchise. My sister is a huge fan of them. But at any rate, when I get to that point, it's probably not going to bother me because it's just going to remind me, under different circumstances, the difference between Richard Harris and Michael Gambon. The switchover that happened between Chamber of Secrets and Prisoner of Azkaban. And it was like, and I remember, like, originally I was like, I don't know how, because they're two very different. Richard Harris
Very
was
different
nothing
actors.
like Michael Gambon at all. And I had seen enough of Michael Gambon's movies, including Layer Cake, to be like, I don't know how this is going to work. I have no idea how this is going to work.
Layer Cake was Craig's Bond audition, I think.
Yes.
Anyway,
Without question.
was.
Yeah.
Without question. But Michael Gambon is like sneaky evil and disgusting in that movie as well.
I think Jude Law brings his
It was so funny
own
for me
take to
because my first
Dumbledore.
Michael Gambon was actually the original.
Go ahead, Scott.
What'd you say, Casey?
We're having
We got a delay at some
There's
point
a little
while talking
delay
over each
that's
other.
happening, but it happens. Don't worry. Anyways, go ahead, Scott.
I was just saying my first Michael Gambon was in college because he was in the original miniseries of The Singing Detective, that Downey Jr. movie I always talk about how it drove to Atlanta to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a remake of a BBC miniseries, and Gambon played the detective that Downey plays in the movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what. It wasn't Layer Cake. I'd seen something with Gambit in it before. It was Layer Cake wasn't the first thing I saw him in. I can't remember what it was though. I have to think on that. But yeah, no, just so many damn movies.
Yeah.
And shows, right?
And
Like there's
shows.
movies, but then
And
there's
shows.
also shows. It's like how the.
Hey, I'm gonna watch Severance this weekend, Casey. Okay, I'm
Casey,
watching Severance.
Hey, Severance, I started it, Casey. I started it.
Yes,
I did start it, but I spent today. I caught up on the last 2 episodes of Halo, and then I started.
Yeah, I gotta
this
catch
week's
up on
episode of
Halo
Slow
too.
Horses.
Okay, so how am I supposed to? You want me to watch Severance?
not.
You want me to
You're
watch
not.
Halo? I'm already in the middle of trying to watch
Oh,
Moon Knight
stop.
Weekly.
Stop
And-
coming with excuses.
And
Yeah.
Picard. Picard season 2 is still going, and then in a couple of weeks, Strange New World is going to premiere. There's no fucking way I'm not watching that. You kidding me? Like, what am I supposed to do? and then on Monday, the Batman is available on HBO Max.
Oh, that's what I'm doing.
So I-
Monday.
That's cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
Wow. All right. Okay.
Come on, Ray.
No
you
fucking
can
sympathy.
make time. You can make time, Ray.
But I'm gonna have to like keep
But I get
myself
you.
from. I'm gonna have to keep myself from watching the Batman over and over again
So
on HBO Max.
stop doing that. Wait for it. I get you. I'm gonna watch the Batman, when it comes out. But I'm gonna I gotta catch up on Severance and some of this shit over the weekend too. Before that, you gotta priorities. You gotta pick and choose.
I gotta schedule all this shit. I gotta
Yeah.
write it all down. Like, okay,
You really gotta
this,
make it like you gotta have a whiteboard on your wall, and you gotta really because there's certain things I gotta catch up on Halo as well because I've only watched the first 2 episodes and I want to catch up on that. Yeah, there's so many things where I gotta catch up on this weekend as well.
I'm also catching up on stuff. So I watched George Lucas's first movie, THX.
Great.
113.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great with Duvall, with Robert Duvall. Yeah.
Yes.
Director's cut. Yeah, it was great. It was. I don't know why George Lucas doesn't make more movies other than Star Wars because
he
should.
said it in an interview. He just said after the prequels that he just doesn't want the same spotlight on him. Like he just he got so much hate over that.
He's so creative.
But then you watch what's the
American Graffiti.
American Graffiti. It's like that is totally such an opposite of all the science fiction stuff. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, make more films like that, George. Like American Graffiti is so great, and look at that cast too. By the way, you look at that cast,
all-star cast.
Yeah. Well, listen, truthfully, like one of his more underrated films that I actually really like for a number of reasons is Red Tails. I actually really enjoyed that movie for like a number of things that it did and what it was, minus whatever historical inaccuracies that it had. Like I really dug what he did with it, but I just think, it's one of those cases where he's a really good filmmaker and his biggest film was like a massive Hollywood franchise hit, and just the weight of that was just he doesn't want to deal with it. And I get it. I mean, it does suck, but I get it.
Yeah.
And after that, I saw The Princess Bride. Finally.
Oh, so good!
Finally,
so good,
so good.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good.
Okay, see, that was one that I didn't watch that until I was in my 20s, so I don't have the same nostalgia that so many others have for it. I've only watched it once.
I
all the
watched
way
that
through.
as a kid.
I do like it. I do like the movie, but
I saw it when I was 11 for the first time, and even then
Dude,
I was like late coming to it. Like everyone had already seen it when I finally saw it. But I'm going to tell you, once you get to the Cliffs of Despair and you have Inigo Montoya and Wesley having that first massive duel, I was like,
I'm in.
I'm done. I was in for that movie.
Yeah. You kill my father, prepare to die. Yeah.
I love how at the end when
you have 6
that
fingers on your
moment
right hand.
came. Yeah, I loved how when that moment came, that dude just ran off.
Yeah, he's like, he draws his sword and then he just runs because he has the 6 fingers. Yeah,
but it's crazy because it's like when you watch that movie later in life and you've seen the actors in other movies, you just sit there. Like for me, I was just like, okay, so Robin Hood and Jenny from Forrest Gump. And that's 88 Keys from Dick Tracy.
Oh yeah, 88 Keys from Dick Tracy. Yes,
right. And Columbo was telling the story to Dude from Wonder Years.
From Wonder Years, yeah. You associate like all these actors from other shit that you watched. Yeah.
And the Six-Fingered Man is the guy who was in, Waiting for Guffman, Mighty Wind. This is Spinal Tap.
And of course Wallace Shawn, like every fucking thing he's been in.
Everything he's been in.
Inconceivable.
Yeah. Yeah. And then of course you got Carrie Elways. You got Carrie Elways. It's like, as you will.
You got Andre the Giant, WrestleMania 3 main
Andre
eventer.
The Giant. So great.
Yeah. One scene in that movie was
Billy Crystal
brief.
and Carol
Billy
Kane.
Crystal and Carol Kane, and I will admit after seeing that movie, I was like, how come they didn't do more movies together? They're fucking hilarious.
No, that movie was one of those things where it's like, oh, we had lightning in a bottle right here. Yeah. That's why so many people go, yeah, that's my all-time favorite movie. It's just such a lightning in a bottle movie.
And you had Rob Reiner directing.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yes.
Right.
It was just so perfect, and I love the fact that like when Deadpool 2, they were like, all right, we're gonna do a Christmas version that's PG-13, but we're gonna base it off of Princess Bride, where he's like reading off, and it was like a current Fred Savage like in the bed and blah blah blah, and it was like, oh yeah, good job Ryan Reynolds and every crew, good job, you did a good job when it came to that. Yeah,
there are so many references in that movie.
It's what brings us together today.
Oh yeah, there's so many quotable lines in that movie.
Yeah.
That's a movie that will never be ever. I mean, there's so many movies that never can be remade, which is that movie, Jaws, Back to the Future. Yeah.
Never say never.
My friend.
I know. I fucking hate Hollywood.
One of our good friends, Laura, she got married a couple of years ago, and it was an outdoor wedding, and our other friend June was the officiant, and there was totally a point in the middle of the ceremony where she put the hat on and did that and did that. We have this on video. I recorded it. I have it on video of her doing the marriage routine in the middle of the wedding. So
totally awesome. I love that. But anyways, guys, I mean, I think one of the last things, Scott, I wanted to get your because before you showed up, what did you think of the Michael Keaton bat suit since it got leaked out this week? We can talk about that now. What do you think?
What I like about it is that it is just, you will look at that and you'll go, well, it's Keaton.
Yeah.
Like it's recognizably Keaton, but I've liked some of the design. I miss the 89 bat myself. I don't like this, the Returns bat, but I like the definition. The cape into the neck piece. I've noticed how the neck piece reminds me a little bit of Kilmer. Like it's got
I've seen some people say that. Yeah,
it's got some molding and some definition that he never had, but Kilmer had, and I like it. And I also like the way the cape kind of swoops into the symbol, like that. There's this weird thing that like the whole sort of neck chest piece I really like the design of. I'm looking forward to seeing it in motion. I miss the yellow belt, but that's a thing for me because I love the yellow belt from back in the day. So the all black belt kind of makes me go, oh, even though I like the design and that he's got like these tubes.
Yeah, but when Reeves FX, which was on last week, he said it's not really that it's that it's a black belt, it's a worn out belt. So it's like been darkened for all the crime fighting he's done over the years. So it actually is that normal belt that he has, but it's been worn out. That's what he said. So
okay. Well, it looked to me like it was just the same belt but colored black.
Yeah.
Like it didn't look like a different belt to me in terms of the shape.
And then of course he pointed out what we all pointed out too when we saw the Batgirl, costume was like, oh, it's the same belt. It's like, oh yeah, makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. So and then of course she's gonna get a better costume at the end of that. So anyways, guys, man, it's been quite a stream for sure. And man, the vodka is flowing in me, that's for damn sure. Jesus Christ.
Scott, you have worn the perfect shirt.
Yeah, totally wearing the
Superman
perfect shirt.
Well, actually, if you really want to see the shirt, it's
I love it. Love it. There it is.
All right.
It works. All right. But yeah, we appreciate you guys spending some time with us for 4 hours, or at least, this stream right here. Let's go around the horn.
I kept it going. I did
kept
my
it going.
job.
That's the thing is like I said, Scott, we were like, oh, I was going to be like, all right, we got to wrap this up. But then Scott showed up. I'm like, oh, we got to get his opinion about certain things. So thank you for showing up, Scott. Appreciate that. But we'll go around the horn. We'll save you for last, of course. KC, you go first. Promote yourself.
You can find me at KryptonCage on all social media, and you can find me also at The Real Talk Live with Sean Marr, with some controversial takes, DC and other stuff, which we'll be talking about, 2 days later. So make sure to join.
Travis.
Yeah, you can find me at Travis B. Snail. I'm on Geek First Podcast. I've lost count. Sometimes it's like 5 times a week. Sometimes it's 3. I don't really know, but I talk a lot, and it's on there. And in honor for Hidden Shadows, Scott, you got to watch Tokyo Vice. He's telling you to watch it, so watch it.
It's on the it's literally on my list.
It's on my list too.
It's on the list too.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I saw all you Hidden Shadows. You were horny in the chat all night, so you need to watch that. But but no, this was tons of fun. Very entertaining night, and it was great to be back. So I hope everyone, including you guys, everyone else, have a good Easter weekend. Whether you got a long weekend or not, just enjoy some time with friends and family, and just watch some movies. You got Batman on Monday. It's a good time to be alive.
Fuck yeah, that's right. And now we got Ray.
I love it. Such an underrated movie. You can find me on Twitter at The Flightcast. You can find my now twice a week podcast and my blog at theflightcast.com. Tomorrow I will totally be breaking down like both of the articles, the one that everybody read about the DC Overhaul and the one that no one read about David Zaslav.
I didn't even know it existed until you said it. I have to look for it. I didn't even know it existed. The Oprah one. I'm like, what is this?
It literally came out like an hour after the other one, and I was like, oh yeah, like it. So I will totally like talk about both of those tomorrow as well. You can also find me on YouTube. I've got the YouTube channel going now, and I'm also still doing DCTV Squadcast, which is now coming out on Monday, Scott, starting this upcoming Monday. For over on Squadcast Media.
There it is. All right, now we got
Scott. You can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, DC Squadcast, where a podcast can be found. Once again, if you listen to the Family Stream, you'll know that this week's episode will be our review of Green Lantern First Flight from 2009. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube with the entire network shows at squadcastmedia.com. You can find me every Sunday night with this guy talking Batman the Animated Series on our Fanimated stream, which this week we will be talking about Terror in the Sky.
Man Bat! Yeah, baby.
Kirk Langstrom. Yes.
Oh, yes. And shout out over to Geek Ultimate Alliance. I appeared this week in the latest episode of World's Finest True Believers, where Chris and I were discussing my favorite entry in the Scott Pilgrim series, Volume 4, Scott Pilgrim Gets It Together.
Nice. Love it, guys. All right. Well, thank you to everybody who joined, and thank you to Sean for being the guest tonight and talking about all that stuff and talking about his new book, of course, his new Spider-Man book, which you can pre-order on, if you look on his Twitter and all that stuff. And thank you to everybody here. Everybody, obviously the Patreon's down there, all links down there. Everything is down there. That's all I'm going to say because too much vodka is flowing through me right now. So thank you guys and happy Friday. Happy Saturday morning. Talk to you later.